Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. At the outset of today's business, I just wanted to inform members that I received correspondence from the Minister for Communities to advise that he is unable to make a statement today on the launch of public consultation on the Executive Disability Strategy, as he is unwell. Just reflecting, whilst we were having our moment there, of the tragic loss of two people in Glenavy on our roads, and so quickly after the loss of 5 people in Louth just last week. It reflects how dangerous a place they are. Indeed, there was a crash on Saturday night close to my own home where 3 adults and 2 children were taken to hospital as well. And it's incumbent upon all of us to keep getting the message out on road safety. And our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those who are bereaved and injured at this time. Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the UK COVID-19 inquiry report, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Other members wish to be called, they do so by standing in their place, and each member, including Mr Gaston, will have up to 3 minutes to speak. There will be no interventions, no points of order until this item of business is finished. Mr Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And once again, we are confronted with the latest feeble finding of what was, by any objective measure, one of the greatest scandals of lockdown, the IRA Story funeral. Let us remind ourselves what happened. While ordinary people in Northern Ireland were denied the right to stand at a graveside, denied the right to comfort their loved ones, and in some cases denied even the right to say goodbye, thousands gathered on the streets of Belfast for a full-scale Republican show of strength. Not a spontaneous act of grief, but a meticulously organised, tightly choreographed display of IRA power, with Sinn Féin figures at its centre. And yet, time after time, report after report, the establishment has twisted itself in knots to avoid the obvious. That the law was applied differently depending on who you were. That Republican leaders knew exactly what they were doing and that the authorities would not confront them. The latest finding simply continues the tired pattern of evasion. The truth is this: Sinn Féin were flagrantly hypocritical and at the heart of the breach, and everyone knows it. Michelle O'Neill didn't merely attend. She led, she posed, and she set an example which thousands followed. And then she claimed she did nothing wrong. And what was the response of officialdom? No accountability, just more excuses. This latest report tells us once again that no one can really rely or be held responsible. But the public aren't fools. They see what this is. They know exactly what it means when the law is flexible for some and rigid for others. They know what it means when senior Republicans can breach restrictions with impunity while ordinary people were criminalised for far less. This is a scandal about two-tier policing, about rule makers who, in full view of the TV cameras, became rule breakers, about law-abiding citizens denied a basic funeral while a blood-soaked terrorist was giving a grand send-off. The fact that Lady Hazlitt now joins a long list of figures in officialdom who could not bring themselves to say so does her no credit. In fact, it is a gross disservice to ordinary people.
Can Collier, and can I begin just by stating that our thoughts are very much with those who suffered or who lost loved ones during the pandemic. And also, I want to take this opportunity to also pay tribute to the dedicated health and social care workers who stepped forward during this extraordinary time to see us through it. The COVID pandemic was an unprecedented global emergency, the like of which no administration, including this executive, had ever faced before. The inquiry into how the executive and other administrations navigated its way through the pandemic is clearly an important and valuable piece of work. So I want to thank the inquiry team for their work, and I welcome the publication of their Module 2 report. I want to acknowledge the inquiry and the importance that it afforded to families and loved ones to be able to come forward and tell their stories and ensure that their experience, grief and trauma are not and will not be forgotten. So this report is an important landmark. It provides further lessons from that extraordinary time and the experience that we all went through, and it will help all of us, including the executive, to learn lessons. It will help also in the long journey of recovery after the pain and trauma of the COVID pandemic, and it will help inform future preparedness for and response to any future pandemic or society-wide emergency in the future.
All through.
Speaker, and my first thoughts are with the families who have lost and suffered during the COVID years when the executive was making decisions on behalf of the people of this country. And it is fair to say that the criticism from the Hallett report is damning, but it is also centred around decisions taken by Michelle O'Neill as her time as Deputy First Minister. It was Sinn Féin who first breached the collective responsibility of the executive when they came out in public utterance about the decision that the executive had taken around school closures, only a day after that decision had been taken, and when Michelle O'Neill hadn't raised it as an issue in the executive the day before. That was diabolical. That was diabolical. And then, of course, the grandest breach of the rules itself, bringing thousands out onto the streets at a time of COVID restrictions to glorify a dead terrorist. But worse than that, Mr. Speaker, to have a sham funeral oration in a graveyard where the man wasn't even buried. What a disgrace. It's a disgrace for the people who couldn't attend funerals of their loved ones and their friends, when so many people died alone in care homes and hospitals without their family being present. That's the tragedy here, Mr. Speaker. That's where the harm has been done. And for Michelle O'Neill and for Sinn Féin to entice and encourage thousands of people to breach COVID restrictions when people were being fined £250 for seeing their grandchildren. That's the level of where it went. And of course, many people breached their own rules and COVID rules and were heavily criticised for it, were fined for it. But Sinn Féin walked away from that horrible episode with not a touch on them. No fines were administered. Whereas there's households in my constituency where people, grannies and granddads, mums and dads, were fined £250 each because they dared to go to their grandchildren's first birthday. That's the disgrace here. And the amount of people who suffered during that time, it's unforgivable. Thank you.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by expressing once again my deepest sympathies to those people who were bereaved during the pandemic. I'm sure the reading of Baroness Hallett's report was distressing and probably very re-traumatising. Mr. Speaker, the COVID inquiry has laid bare a simple but sobering truth. Northern Ireland's institutions were not equipped to deal with a crisis of this scale. Decision-making was fragmented and, in the words of the inquiry itself, chaotic. Politics too often trumped evidence, and the structures we rely on to protect people simply did not function as they should. Lives and livelihoods were put at greater risk because our system was slow, divided and reactive when it needed to be united, transparent and strategic. What needs to happen now is clear. Firstly, we need a fundamental shift towards evidence-led, cross-departmental decision-making. The inquiry showed that too much responsibility fell on a single department and that operational independence of departments was a hindrance to cohesive decision-making, while other parts of government operated in silos. This cannot happen again. We need a standing emergency framework that brings every department together, backed by strong scientific and public health capacity, and led by clear collective authority rather than competing political agendas. Secondly, we must rebuild public trust. Confusion in messaging, blurred lines between guidance and law, and the spectacle of leaks and political point scoring damaged confidence at the very moment when people needed clarity and leadership. We now need a commitment to honesty, accessible communication and full transparency in how decisions are recorded, scrutinised and explained. Trust is earned by behaviour, not rhetoric. But the most significant lesson is this, Mr. Speaker. The failures were not just operational, they were institutional. Our power-sharing structures are too vulnerable to deadlock. The Executive struggled to act quickly because our system gives each of the parties of the two largest designations what is in effect a sectarian veto to block action, but it gives no one the authority to lead in an emergency. The inquiry is also right to highlight the risk of paralysis if government collapses during a crisis. This is why we in the Alliance Party have consistently called for institutional reform. It is not just around a constitutional debate, it is around a public safety requirement. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, the inquiry has given us the facts. We now need the courage to act. The Alliance Party stands ready to deliver reform, protect public health and build institutions that serve people, not parties. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID was in many ways a moment of truth for many in our political establishment, and the truth was that many of our political leaders were not up to the challenge. I'll turn to the Bobby Story funeral in a moment. I just want to first of all extend sympathy with all those who lost loved ones during the pandemic and all those who never got a chance to say goodbye, who visited their loved ones in care homes through the glass window because they abided by the rules that were set down by people in this place. And then we had the flagrant breach of those rules by Sinn Féin. Yes, there are issues in Baroness Hallett's report about competency, about decision making, but what stood out in Sinn Féin's misconduct was that it was a predetermined, pre-planned, calculated, flagrant breach of the rule of law. It was an affront to everybody who did the right thing. The show of strength for Bobby Story's funeral revealed what is wrong with our rule of law in Northern Ireland. That the average citizen has to follow the rules when they see their granny or granda or don't see them. But when it comes to a terrorist, different rules apply. That was a day of shame on Sinn Féin. There's much talk about the apology of the now First Minister for All. It took 1,414 days to apologise. That is not an apology at all. They still boycott the Nolan show because the BBC had the temerity to expose their duplicity. That's not a genuine remorse. We focus on the Bobby Story funeral in terms of COVID, but there's a second chapter to Sinn Féin's conduct around COVID. That was the 5th of February 2021, when two young constables, one Protestant, one Catholic, had the temerity to try and give a ticket to a group of people who were breaching the COVID regulations. The result, after they were jostled and abused, was that Sinn Féin at a senior level interfered with policing. They demanded a prisoner was released from the back of a police car. They petitioned the Chief Constable and threatened him until he suspended an innocent officer. I was proud to be in the campaign to exonerate that police officer. You not only caused a crisis in confidence around the Bobby Story funeral, you caused a crisis in policing around his politicisation on the Ormer Road, something that you've never apologised for. But I know the truth because I saw the minutes. I saw the disclosure. So yes, there are real lessons around competence, integrity, decision-making, and we can learn from those. But when it comes to predetermined immorality, Sinn Féin showed their true colours, and they should still give a heartfelt apology for the damage they did to this country during COVID.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, this report compels us to reflect honestly on how this region was led through an unprecedented global crisis. Around the world, governments struggled under immense pressure, making agonising decisions, and no response was perfect. But acknowledging international challenges doesn't diminish the specific failures identified here in the North. These findings will be incredibly painful for the families who lost loved ones in the most difficult circumstances, and for every person who quietly sacrificed to protect others, and our thoughts are with all of those. They deserved clear, consistent, united leadership, and too often they got the exact opposite. The inquiry makes clear that political division here repeatedly hindered our response. Decisions were taken along party lines. Opportunities to act sooner were missed. Public health messaging was inconsistent and dictated more by political calculation than scientific evidence. We can't ignore the message caused by chaotic behaviours within the executive. Leaks to the media, sometimes even during meetings, undermined trust, destabilised public messaging, and made it impossible to present a united front at a time when unity was essential. The public's confidence was further eroded by events such as the Bobby Story funeral, when ordinary families were being denied the chance to say goodbye to their own loved ones. Seeing senior Sinn Féin figures attend a massive funeral sent a devastating message that there was one rule for leaders and another for everyone else. And then there is the deletion of WhatsApp messages, including those belonging to the current First Minister. These messages could have helped the inquiry build a fuller picture of what was happening behind the scenes. Instead, they were wiped. The pandemic has passed, but sadly, the attitudes that hindered our response have not. There remains a clear absence of leadership here, and too many continue to put party interests before the public good. The SDLP has consistently called for serious institutional reform to deliver better government, and these findings make that case beyond doubt. Those criticised in the inquiry can't simply dismiss it or deflect. They must accept responsibility and commit to change. If we are to honour those who were lost. And if we are to rebuild public trust, then every lesson must be learned and acted upon. People deserve better. They deserve leadership that puts them first.
Philip Brett.
I say, not as I do, Mr. Speaker. That perfectly sums up the attitude of Sinn Féin during the COVID pandemic. At a time, Mr. Speaker, when people were dying alone, when our older people were shielded in care homes, when our frontline health workers risked their lives day and daily, and when businessmen and women watched what they had built over years disappear in front of their eyes, they saw laws made in this place which the now First Minister thought did not apply to her. We had a situation, Mr. Speaker, where a provo show of strength was put ahead of the safety of every single person here in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, that was a shame now and is a shame today. It is telling that in the remarks made by the benches opposite, we have had no apology officially on the record on this House on the breaches that they and their colleagues incurred. There was a clear demonstration in the report that ministers tried to use it as an opportunity to push forward an all-island agenda rather than the factual medical situation that pertained here to Northern Ireland. Who, Mr. Speaker, will forget about the fake phantom PPE order by Minister Conor Murphy, who proclaimed from the steps of this House that he had secured a historic medical order for the people of Northern Ireland. Little did he know that that Chinese equipment did not exist, and when asked by his counterparts in the Republic of Ireland, did it exist, they said no. Mr. Speaker, we'll also not forget the actions of the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin, who at the height of the pandemic put forward their view that they should traipsy down to Dublin to call for the rigorous implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol rather than continue to have a united message on health here in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, this party was a voice of reason during the COVID pandemic. When others tried to have draconian laws that they believed should not apply to them, this party proudly stood up and spoke up for citizens right across Northern Ireland. And they may not like the truth now, Mr. Speaker, but they cannot shout us down. The SDLP, who shout from the opposition benches, wanted to sack nurses. That was because they did not want to comply with their draconian legislation. They were happy to traipsy to Dublin to try and dismantle businesses any further. This party will always be a party of reason and of freedom of expression.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to bring the debate back first of all to those who should be at the heart of our considerations of this report, and that is the frontline workers who served across our public services. That is those who weren't able to hold their loved one's hand in their final moments, and all of those in our society who had their lives and livelihoods upended by the coronavirus pandemic. And it is shameful in that context that even when our people and public services were on their knees, even in the context of a global emergency, Baroness Hallett has found that the DUP and Sinn Féin could not set aside their own party political interest to prioritise the interests of all of the people of Northern Ireland. That should bring great shame on this House, be it abusing rules within the executive to block public health measures by the DUP, or Sinn Féin breaking the rules that they made in the executive. They ought to be hanging their head in shame. The people of Northern Ireland deserve better. But today isn't just about recriminations and blame. We have an opportunity now to set aside that party political interest and to deliver better for the people we represent. Baroness Hallett was clear that the power-sharing structures here at Stormont undermined the executive's ability to respond to the pandemic effectively and resulted in chaotic and dysfunctional decision-making. People died as a result of delays in decision making within the executive. The report is clear about that. So, will we now set aside party political interest? Will we see the First and Deputy First Minister calling on the Secretary of State to convene a process of reform of these institutions to ensure that never again is the Assembly paralysed when it ought to be planning for a pandemic, and never again can any measure or policy in the Executive Committee be held to ransom? That is the least the people that we represent deserve. So let's set aside the sham fight here that's being traded across the chamber in front of me between the two largest parties, and let's prioritise the people that we all represent for once in this building.
Thank you. That concludes the member's statement. We now move to member statements. Members wishing to make a statement should rise in their places as usual. I call Aoife Finnegan.
And I rise today to pay a tribute to two extraordinary young women from Silverbridge in South Armagh. Sisters Aisling Muckian and Anya Malley, who have both been given a breast cancer diagnosis just weeks apart. In May, Aisling discovered a lump during a routine self-check, and shortly afterwards, Anya found herself facing the same devastating news. Both are mothers of two beautiful young children. Both have undergone single mastectomies and lymph node clearances, and both are now bravely undergoing chemotherapy. What has resonated so deeply with people across our community is the way they are walking this journey together. The sisters have spoken openly about the comfort and strength they find in each other, acknowledging that while they would never wish this on the other, facing it side by side has helped them cope with the whirlwind of diagnosis and treatment. Their closeness, their humour in dark moments, and the way they lift each other up is a powerful testament of the bond that they share. They have also been incredibly proactive in raising awareness, using their own experience to encourage self-checking at any age, challenging assumptions that breast cancer affects only older women, and urging families to talk openly about medical history and the possibility of genetic risk. Their courage in turning personal hardship into purpose has already begun to change lives, with many people saying they have checked themselves because of the sisters' story. I know both ladies not simply as brave fighters, but as my own constituents, rooted in their community, loved by their neighbours, families and friends, and now inspiring people far beyond Silverbridge. So today, let their journey be a call to action. Let us promote regular check-ups for women and men regardless of age. Ensure healthcare services listen and respond quickly when concerns are raised. Improve access to information, support and genetic testing for families who need it. Cancorlia, Aisling and Anya have shown extraordinary resilience, love and determination. On behalf of the community of Newry and Armagh, on behalf of this Assembly, I want to send them our love, strength and solidarity. They are not walking this journey alone. We too are walking with them.
Guy Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise this afternoon to address the recent court judgment regarding religious education in our schools. Whilst, of course, we must take time to properly review the legal ruling with due care, I know that there will be many people from within a faith background who are particularly anxious about the potential consequences of this judgment. For generations, Christian values have shaped the moral character of our school and education system, whether that be through assemblies, school activities, or indeed the everyday life of the classroom. Those values have helped shape and form the young people that we have today. That heritage is not something which we apologise for, nor is it something that we are prepared to see diminished. When the Protestant churches transferred their schools to the state, it was in the solemn understanding that a Christian ethos would be maintained, not to indoctrinate, Mr. Speaker, but to guide our young people with values of love, integrity and service. To view this heritage as a source of bias or exclusion is to misunderstand the fabric of our community. The Court has called for education that is objective, critical and pluralistic. But let us be clear, we are not afraid of scrutiny, nor are we afraid of our children understanding the world around them. However, pluralistic must not become a byword for secular. It must not be used as a tool to strip away the Christian character that so many parents actively choose for their children. We are glad that at this minute in time we have a DUP Education Minister in place. He has already made clear that under his leadership, Christian faith will continue to shape education in Northern Ireland. It is right that schools and governors will have many questions about the implications for what they should do, and I welcome that the Education Minister will, over the coming weeks, provide clear, legally sound guidance to schools to avoid confusion, but also to ensure a unified response. This party will not stand by and watch the ethos of many of our schools be dismantled. We will work to ensure that while we meet our legal obligations, we cannot abandon our moral ones. The Bible remains a book of wisdom, not unlawful harm. We will continue to stand up for an education system that reflects all and respects all, but apologises to none for its Christian roots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday night I had the absolute privilege of joining St Patrick's GAC in Lisburn as he celebrated their 60th anniversary. Listening to their story and the sectarian abuse that the club and the members faced over the years was deeply moving. At the end of the 90s, they were unable to even step on their own pitch of a new facility they had built and made the difficult decision to walk away to protect their players. For some clubs, that could have been the end of the story, but thankfully it wasn't. And I want to give a tribute to Michael Lynch and others who refused to give in, and that quiet, determined spirit rooted in the community is what carried St Pat's through 6 decades. And what a contrast we see today. A thriving club alongside the senior men and ladies teams. They now have strong membership across every age group, a brilliant youth development structure, and even a really vocal the other night mother and others teams, all built with a real sense of pride and belonging. The club is also looking forward with confidence. Having played for many years on the Ministry of Defence pitches at Kirkwood Road, they are now finalising the purchase of those lands, and this is transformational in the opportunity that will secure the club's future for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, St Patrick's GAC are not only marking 60 years, they're celebrating the resilience of those founding members and the power of sport and our community to overcome even the toughest of times. We have so many brilliant sporting clubs in Lagan Valley, and St Pat's are a key part of that wider sporting family, and I just want to simply put on record to congratulate every single one of them involved and wish them every success in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dan Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today as the Ulster Unionist MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone to pay tribute to the late Paul Costello, who passed away on Friday the 21st of November. He was a remarkable designer whose influence on fashion and whose connection to our part of the world will be remembered for generations. Paul Costello was a transformative figure in women's fashion. His designs were instantly recognisable, elegant, confident and crafted with a deep understanding of how women live and express themselves. For decades he shaped the style of modern women's wear, producing collections that were admired on runways, embraced by customers and praised for their sophistication and originality. His work consistently celebrated women, blending practicality with beauty in a way that set him apart as a true leader in his field. The Paul Costello brand had a special connection to my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. It placed significant elements of its production in the Strelitz factory in Moycashel, recognising and valuing the exceptional skills of local workers and the area's long-standing tradition of textile craft. At a time when such investment truly mattered, Paul Costello chose to anchor part of his global brand in a small village that he trusted to deliver excellence. This decision brought real economic benefit to Tyrone. His commitment provided employment, stability and pride to a community with deep manufacturing roots. Paul Costello helped ensure that Moyghashel was known not only for its past, but for the contemporary craftsmanship that contributed to one of the most respected fashion labels of our time. On the global stage, his name became synonymous with quality and creativity. His designs travelled from Moyghashel to major fashion capitals, carrying with them the story of local skill and dedication. Today, as we reflect on his life and achievements, we also extend our heartfelt sympathy to his wife Anne and to his 7 children who have lost a beloved husband and father. May they find comfort in the knowledge that his contributions to fashion, to Moyghashel, to Tyrone, and to all who admired his work will endure long into the future. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, associate myself with the previous remarks. Can I also talk today about the question of accountability? Since we came into opposition, we have made a specific point about addressing what has been in our politics a crisis in accountability. When the public see what happens here in this Assembly, they feel that there's a crisis in accountability. They feel that people are not answerable for their actions. They feel that no one is really answerable for the quality or lack thereof of public services. A fortnight ago, a motion of no confidence was brought against the Education Minister. Per the provisions of the Northern Ireland Act, that motion was not successful. So I do not propose to relitigate the terms of that no confidence motion. But I do want to draw attention today to some information that has come out subsequently about the Education Minister's trip to Israel and the occupied territories, and indeed the response of the Senior Civil Service. To put it on the record and to be clear about accountability, some said, erroneously and offensively, that holding the Minister and indeed the broader executive to account over that episode was merely party politics, sectarianism, even at its worst, some alleged anti-Semitism. Well, let's be clear what's emerged since that day. The Education Minister has confirmed to me that his view and the view of his Permanent Secretary, and we've heard that in evidence to the Education Committee, is that that meeting did not represent, quote-unquote, an official meeting. Therefore, it did not engage the provisions of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act passed in this Assembly in 2021. We have subsequently found out from actually an answer to a question from Mr. Carroll that that meeting at the OFEC school in East Jerusalem was attended by a director and a deputy director from the Israeli Ministry of Education. So an unofficial meeting at an Israeli government-run facility in occupied East Jerusalem, attended by 2 senior Israeli government officials, was not an official meeting. I merely place that on the record. Others can judge whether they think its unofficial status is credible. Subsequent to that, we have also had confirmation that the Minister did not inform the UK government of his decision to visit a school in East Jerusalem which engages his official responsibilities, whether or not he or his Permanent Secretary deem it to be official. He did not inform them. Now, I'm not a unionist, and I certainly don't think the UK government should have any ability to veto or say where devolved politicians visit overseas, but the Education Minister is a unionist. The UK government's stated position for the past nearly 60 years has been that East Jerusalem is in an occupied territory. It's been confirmed to my colleague Colm Eastwood that no UK minister would ever be advised to visit an Israeli occupied territory. These are important matters. Accountability matters. The Senior Civil Service should be defending the integrity and objectivity and impartiality of the Civil Service. I am concerned that these things are not happening. Thank you.
Honourable Murphy.
Ceann Comhairle, as we approach the upcoming budget, I want to speak directly to a pressing concern that faces many of our rural communities and farmers: the British Government's proposed changes to inheritance tax. Sinn Féin has consistently voiced our concerns about the disproportionate impact these changes will have on family farms here. DAERA's own analysis paints an alarming picture. A large proportion of farms will be hit, with 49% of farms representing around 80% of all land farmed would fall into the scope of these proposals. Let me be absolutely clear. This is not about asking for a handout. It's asking about fairness. It's about recognition from a government that often sees farm assets simply as revenue, rather than as a living and essential part of our rural economy and our social fabric. Farming's importance to rural communities cannot be overstated. The Executive has already written to the Chancellor calling for a higher threshold for the North, one that reflects the real value of land here. Without proper mitigations, families will be forced to sell off farmland just to meet tax bills. That would dismantle family farms and erode the heritage that has sustained rural communities for generations. Cancollier, our farmers are custodians of the land and the backbone of our rural communities. They support local economies, protect our landscapes and hold rural life together. The British Government must reverse these tax changes before irreparable damage is done. Farming is just not an industry, it's a way of life and the foundation on which rural communities have grown and endured for generations.
Last week, this House, led by the rigorous implementers, rejected our call for work to continue to sort out the impact of the Windsor framework and the failure by the UK Government to live up to the commitments that it has made to the people of Northern Ireland. Despite that, Mr. Speaker, the announcement today by the Treasury that they will invest yet another £16 million into trying to sort out the impact of the Windsor framework is yet again justification for the stance taken by all unionists on these benches that the Windsor framework continues to damage all the people of Northern Ireland. No amount of funding, Mr. Speaker, from UK taxpayers will remove the continued imposition of EU law here in Northern Ireland without the consent of the people or indeed the elected representatives of the people of Northern Ireland. £16 million of funding will not remove the requirement for SPS checks, and £16 million of funding will not remove the ridiculous scenario that all goods moving from GB into Northern Ireland are automatically treated as at risk. Mr. Speaker, I do, however, want to welcome part of the announcement that was made today by the Government, and that is funding for Intertrade UK. Intertrade UK was created outside of the remit of both the Protocol and the Windsor Framework and was a result of the work and negotiations undertaken by this party. Some, Mr. Speaker, claimed that no such body could be created and that no such body would have any funding to deliver the requirement to strengthen and maintain the internal market of the United Kingdom. The announcement today by the Government that that body will receive the funding that it needs and deserves as it continues to expose the impact of the Windsor Framework here in Northern Ireland is hugely welcome. What it does show, Mr. Speaker, is that if we continue to stand up and speak up not just for unionists but for businesses week after week who come to the Committee for the Economy, who receive tea and sympathy from the parties opposite, but yet when have an opportunity in this House to send a clear and united message, renege upon that. Mr. Speaker, the Government has shown the need to implement fully the requirements of the restoration of this Assembly. This party continues to hold the Government's feet to the fire to implement in full those requirements, because this party and no unionists will continue to allow an Irish sea border to remain and to go unchallenged.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a minute today just to mention a fantastic event that happened in this chamber on Friday. I attended the Disabled People's Parliament here on Friday with my colleague Kelly Armstrong, and I want to thank the organisers, the Assembly staff and all the speakers. The event was chaired by the Principal Deputy Speaker and everybody involved heard a debate on the impact of laws and policies on deaf and disabled people here in Northern Ireland, particularly around the barriers that disabled people face, whether that's in education, employment, transport or in health or in anything else. There was a range of speakers across multiple disabilities who made very, very passionate speeches. I have no time to go into them all in detail, but they were really, really strong, and I thought it was a fantastic event. The event was responded to by two ministers, the Minister for Health and the Minister for Communities. The whole event now will have been recorded, and I would encourage all members to watch the recording. It's about 2 hours. It's a very, very good debate. It'll be followed by a report as well, and the report will have recommendations for us on the need to progress changes to our society to make it more open, more accessible and more inclusive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Timothy Gill.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The judgment by the Supreme Court was the final stage in a calculated assault on the foundations of the controlled sector. It is often forgotten that the controlled sector did not emerge out of thin air. It is the product of what used to be the school system run by Protestant churches. That system was handed over to the state following Lord Londonderry's 1930 Education Act. Churches were promised that the schools would remain a broadly Christian ethos. Church and state recognised that there was a duty to, as Scripture puts it, train up a child in the way he should go. Now that ethos has come under attack. However, it is vital to underline one critical fact which seems to have been lost in much of the commentary. The law has not changed. Article 21 of the 1986 order remains. It requires that religious education in controlled schools must be undenominational, based upon the Holy Scriptures. The judgment did not strike down this legislation. The law still mandates that the foundation of RE in Northern Ireland is scriptural and Christian. That reflects the historic, cultural and moral foundations of our education system. Christian teaching has shaped our schools, our law and our society. It is no accident that the law requires RE to be firmly rooted in the Holy Scriptures. The Bible is not one optional voice among many, but the bedrock of moral order. There is a misplaced notion circulating that schools must move towards a neutral or multi-faith model. Regrettably, this information has even come from some who claim to represent the interests of faith in society. There is no such thing as religious neutrality. Religious institutions that claim to take no view on the existence of God are in fact teaching that his existence is irrelevant. Our schools should always teach morality, right and wrong, but it is impossible to do so without acknowledging God as the source of that morality. If that happens, then the moral framework is severed from its roots. The task now falls squarely to our Education Minister. He must reaffirm the statutory requirement that RE be taught on the scriptural basis and ensure that collective worship in schools remains its Christian character as required by the law.
Colin Gilrenew.
The Department of Foreign Affairs has published figures showing that more than 120,000 passport applications were received from the North last year. That large volume of applications is not a new phenomenon, but it should not surprise anyone in the House. Every citizen on this island is entitled to receive an Irish passport. Unfortunately, despite the clear demand for Irish reports, an Irish passport office does not exist in this part of Ireland to serve that need. That means that those who have last-minute issues or delays with their passports have to go to Dublin, to Cork, for urgent appointments. That can lead to difficult and expensive outcomes, such as people missing out on planned holidays, family gatherings, other significant events. I'm sure that many of us have been in that similar situation. A passport office in the North would serve those applicants, would reduce the workload and the backlog of applications, as well as providing employment for people in the North. The inaction on the part of the Department of Foreign Affairs is unacceptable. The growing demand for Irish citizenship in the North points to the urgent need for a passport office here. It is time that the Irish government listened to calls and established an Irish passport office in the north without any delay. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and today I rise to welcome Ulster Scots Lead Week, and as a proud Mourne Ulster Scot, I live and breathe this every day, but it's brilliant to join to mark this special time together and say howl your wish, for we're still here. Ulster Scots Lead Week 2025 runs from today, and it's set to be a vibrant celebration of our Ulster Scots language, music and culture. Right across Northern Ireland, our communities will join in a wide variety of activities coordinated by the Ulster Scots Agency, and many events are planned by local community groups and councils. The last census figures told us that in Northern Ireland over 190,000 people now have some ability in the Ulster Scots language, which is an increase of 8.1% on the 2011 figures. However, Ulster Scots is far more than just a language. It is our bands, our heritage, our identity and our people. And as a proud Ulster Scot who lives in Mourne, it is Ulster Scots heartland, and the Ulster Scots language is integral to who I am and how I interact with my family, my community and with all of you. So I'm delighted to see so many events planned for this week. And in my home of Kilkeel, we have a very strong Ulster Scots organisation, the Schomburg Society, based in Kilkeel, at the heart of our local Ulster Scots community. In Reivers House and their Heartland Hub facility, they provide a base for many Ulster Scots groups and activities locally. And today in my constituency, the Schomburg Society will be holding an Ulster Scots guided tour for Wains around Kilkeel, with an Ulster Scots language, a vision for the future event this evening in Reivers House. On Saturday, Lead Week will finish with Belfast Tartan Day, which will see hundreds of pipers, drummers, drum majors and Highland dancers parading from the Discover Ulster Scots Centre to Belfast City Hall. Lead Week will once again be a great success, highlighting our community which thrives all year round. Our local Ulster Scots radio station, Fuse FM Mourne, will start in a couple of weeks on Monday the 8th of December for the 2-week Christmas broadcast, and you can listen in on Fuse FM Mourne app, online, or 106.2 FM in the Mourne area. And I, as a proud Mourne Ulster Scot, will, as always, be a presenter on that, and I invite you all to tune in, as I say, for Faye to everyone, wishing everyone a great Ulster Scots Lead Week.
Neil McAllister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak again about the unacceptable waiting times when it comes to breast cancer diagnosis and treatment. I did a similar statement back in September on this issue regarding specific constituents in North Belfast and beyond who had been in touch. But last week we have now seen the GP practices and doctors themselves speaking out on the issue. Patients have been waiting up to 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks to see a specialist following an urgent referral, despite a department target of 14 days. And it's with deep regret that we need to stand here and advocate for these women again. Last week in my constituency of North Belfast, Dr. Gilly O'Hagan, a GP in Notting Hill Medical Practice, spoke of the specific women in her constituency. Some of those women have been waiting over 8 weeks to be seen for a consultant. 3 of those women received a late breast cancer diagnosis. But she also highlighted that there were a number of women who waited unacceptable times, ending up receiving treatment too late. And one in particular has been waiting over 10 weeks, still has not seen a consultant. However, we heard last week in this chamber from the Health Minister that as from the beginning of this month, the waiting list had been reduced from a high of 10 weeks to 7 weeks and 2 days. That is contradicting medical people on the ground who say that their patients are waiting 10 weeks. Which of those is right? It's not a race to the best figures. It's a race for treatment and for saving lives. The latest waiting time statistics released from the Department of Health show that just 6.6% of women were seen by a specialist within 14 days of being urgently referred. I want to thank Dr. O'Hagan for speaking out on this issue. We can stand in this chamber and discuss statistics and figures. However, nothing will change, and nothing better illustrates this crisis than listening to the women themselves who are waiting, scared and worried. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes member statements. The next item of business is a committee membership motion from Sinn Féin. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Mr Cathal Boylan replaces Ms Emma Sheeran as member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee. That Ms Emma Sheeran replace Ms Gemma Dolan as a member of the Audit Committee. That Ms Emma Sheeran replace Ms Gemma Dolan as a member of the Committee on Standards and Privileges. That Ms Gemma Dolan replace Ms Emma Sheeran as a member of the Committee for the Economy. That Mr Philip McGuigan replace Mr Melissa McHugh as a member of the Committee on Procedures. That Mr Melissa McHugh replace Ms Nicola Brogan as a member of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you. I call on Sinead Ennis to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing on an order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the introduction of the General Teaching Council Bill. I call the Minister of Education to move the first stage. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to introduce the General Teaching Council Bill.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the long title, please?
A bill to make provision in relation to the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for the Economy to extend the committee stage of the bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 27th of February 2026 in relation to the committee stage for the RHI Closure of Non-Domestic Scheme Bill.
Okay. Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy to move the motion. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Bob.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the House is aware, the call for evidence for the committee stage of the RHI Closure of Non-Domestic Scheme Bill has coincided with a departmental consultation on the regulations that are expected to be brought forward following the passage of the bill. Consequently, and in order to allow time for members to consider feedback to that consultation, the committee agreed that it would seek an extension to the committee stage until the end of February 2026. The committee was advised that a later passage of this bill will not adversely impact boiler owners, as the related regulations apply retrospectively from the 1st of April 2026. In any event, the committee will endeavour to conclude its deliberations in advance of the date in the motion. On behalf of the committee, I therefore commend this extension to the House.
Members, because no other member has indicated, therefore, that they wish to speak, I shall now put the question on the motion standing in the order paper. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of the order paper is a motion from the Committee for Education on Curriculum Mainstreaming and Strategy for Outdoor Learning in Schools. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly commends the Committee for Education Stakeholder Engagement, partnership with the Northern Ireland Forest School Association and research into outdoor education in schools, recognises the many inclusive learning and development benefits of outdoor education, further recognises the urgent need for all schools to have the opportunity to realise these benefits, calls on the Minister of Education by the end of 2026 to define and embed weekly, progressive and sustainable outdoor learning opportunities as a core component of the curriculum for pupils aged 3 to 18, and further calls on the Minister to develop with the sector an outdoor learning in school strategy which regenerates this pedagogy addressing systematic factors within the education system to do with leadership support, time, curriculum, policy and resourcing, and to make it easy to go outdoors.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson for the Committee for Education, Nick Matheson, to move the motion. Nick?
Moved.
Okay. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Nick, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as Chair of the Education Committee to propose this motion to the Assembly. The Education Committee identified a number of strategic priorities when these institutions were restored in 2024, and outdoor education was one of them. And as chair of the committee, I have tried to ensure a focus on this priority was retained. We all know the competing priorities within education and the impact that constrained budgets have on the work and priorities of the department. However, I've been clear, and the committee has been united in the view that outdoor education should not be seen as a nice to do or an optional extra that is added on to learning in our schools. Outdoor learning enhances and deepens children's engagement with the curriculum, and in addition to this is a key tool to promote the health and well-being of children and young people in our schools. This strategic priority built on a legacy commitment of the previous committee, which was to visit the Northern Ireland Forest School, and early on in this term the committee went to the NIFSA site hosted by the Dufferin Foundation at Clandyboy to hear from the Forest School leaders and to carry out strategic planning for the mandate. And I am sure many members in this Assembly have had the opportunity to visit the Forest School and can concur with me in relation to the brilliant work that they deliver there. Now, I want to put on record at the outset, as the motion does explicitly state, the committee's appreciation of the input from Northern Ireland Forest School Association, which really has helped shape the committee's thinking and engagement with this policy area of outdoor learning. And they have worked with us and helped us develop our committee stakeholder event on this issue. And that took place on the 19th of March 2025, when NIFSA representatives plus representatives from Stranmillis, from St Mary's, from Ulster University, Queen's University, the Scottish Outdoor Learning Association, Thrive Outdoors, Inspiring Scotland, Field Studies Ireland, and the Irish Schools Inspectorate, Scouts NI and Scouting Ireland, among others, gathered together in the Long Gallery to discuss the role of outdoor education in our system. We have also had at other occasions the valued input from EA outdoor education settings, and in particular the committee received detailed evidence and reflections from McGilligan Outdoor Education Centre. And at that stakeholder event, presenters were unanimous in commending the benefits of outdoor education for learning and development, and brought many examples and outcomes that demonstrated why they were convinced of the need for this to be addressed more fully in our system here in Northern Ireland. So the committee has undoubtedly heard evidence widely on the issue, and I want at this stage to put on record my thanks to Gillian Kane and the team at RAISE for comprehensively collating all the material from the range of evidence sources that we've received and from the literature more widely to help inform our thinking and to help inform the motion and debate today. So to the motion itself, the call is to develop weekly outdoor learning opportunities for all learners aged 3 to 16, and for the Minister to develop, in partnership with the wider sector, an outdoor learning strategy. This strategy should seek to address barriers to outdoor learning, be those resource, curricular, school leadership level, teacher capacity and confidence, time available in the school day. The committee has been clear, and it's been really welcome to see an issue that the committee has united around, that outdoor learning is real learning. It enhances access to the curriculum and should be embedded across a pupil's learning journey at all ages. Now, there are many definitions of outdoor learning, but one aspect is key for me, that it is not a subject, it's not a standalone subject in the curriculum, it's an experiential approach to education that takes the classroom and the curriculum outside. So it shouldn't need to be fitted in as an extra. Teachers in schools that have embraced it highlight just how much it enhances the engagement that learners have with the curriculum. It's not something that we need to find time for when the real learning is done. It is real learning in and of its own right. Outdoor learning enhances physical and emotional well-being. It develops a love and respect for nature. It promotes an inclusive approach that can be accessible to all learners, and it brings the curriculum to life outside of the constraints of the traditional classroom. And we are all too familiar with the issues impacting children around screen time and the real challenges around mental well-being. And outdoor learning for me is one of the simplest and easiest ways to address this in the context of the school day. And I want to be clear at this point, the Northern Ireland curriculum does promote outdoor learning, and there are some excellent resources there, and I want to commend the work of SEA in that regard, especially in preschool foundation stage. But as we move up into post-primary, there are no bespoke resources delivered by SEA, and I think this does regrettably send a message that outdoor learning is something that ends in primary school, and I think that should absolutely not be the case. This should be something we should be looking at across the age ranges in our system. And there is much good practice in the system. The ETI review of outdoor learning in 2021 highlighted how much good practice was out there, but it did also identify some of the challenges. It identified inconsistency of provision, varying opportunities made available to children based on the outdoor space that was available in their particular school, concerns about teacher capacity or confidence to deliver outdoor education. And while we've seen brilliant examples, and the committee have heard from them, of teachers who have really taken the lead on this issue, others remain lacking in that confidence to get the learning outside in the same way. I think it's important also to consider what happens in other jurisdictions. Scotland, Wales, England and the Republic of Ireland. The evidence that has come through for committee is very much that Scotland appears to really be the most significantly advanced in terms of its approach to outdoor learning. They've developed a curriculum for excellence in outdoor education in 2010, and then a national position statement on outdoor learning and play, which was published in 2018, grounded in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Curriculum for Excellence sets out an enviable set of curriculum resources to support the teaching of any topic for any age group in an outdoor setting. It features local heritage examples, such as using local heritage landmarks and the local literature to enhance that learning. And I think it's not unreasonable to ask that a similar resource might be created to reflect the Northern Ireland curriculum and the holistic arts and heritage that we have in our own natural landscape. And I think right now there are so many opportunities. The curriculum task force work is underway, and I think it would be fantastic if we could, on the back of this motion, begin to see outdoor learning emerging as a thread that runs through any revised curriculum that materialises, empowering and equipping teachers to deliver learning in an outdoor context. And there are partnerships across the sector that the department can tap into to enhance outdoor learning. NIFSA has already been highlighted. We have the EA outdoor education resources. There is the outdoor education facility at Stranmillis College. We have Playboard NI and their work in this field, Field Studies Ireland, agencies, and there are many more, all keen to promote outdoor learning and to work in partnership to do that. And we also saw the delivery recently where the Minister delivered capital grants for outdoor play equipment, and that interest in outdoor play was welcome. But I would want to emphasise, and the committee's heard widely, that outdoor learning is about much more than just the traditional view of outdoor play. It doesn't need necessarily big capital spend to work. So when money like this becomes available, I would love to see in a strategy emerging that flexibility could be given to schools, that they could use money and resources in ways that work in their context, that work for them, creating areas to rewild, creating areas to grow vegetables, and perhaps accessing training for teachers, storage areas for equipment. We should allow our schools to be creative in their approach. And that is why a strategy is so important. It could serve to bring together all of the strands that are live in this issue: the curriculum support, teacher CPD, capital investment where it's needed, partnership working, initial teacher education, and providing that real support and direction to ensure all learners in our schools, regardless of the size of their school, the location of their school, the setting, the character of their outdoor space that they currently have, to ensure that all schools can access this vital outdoor learning. So I hope that all members, and indeed the Education Minister, will get behind the call in this motion. This is not a call for funding necessarily. Investment will always help, of course, but it is a call to develop a strategy that sets out how the department will promote, support and enhance outdoor learning in our schools. All pupils should be accessing it, regardless of age, school sector or setting, and I do hope that today is a step in a process that can get us to a point in Northern Ireland where learning outdoors is seen as much a part of education as what happens in the traditional classroom. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very much indeed. I call on David Brooks. David.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion and to acknowledge the contribution that outdoor learning and the providers that bring it to our schools and bring our schools to their facilities, the contribution that they make to our educational landscape. We've heard across Northern Ireland, The Far Schools model has helped many of our young people connect with nature, develop confidence and strengthen teamwork and problem-solving skills. Teachers have consistently reported the positive impact that outdoor learning has on behaviour, on well-being and engagement, benefits that extend far beyond any single lesson, and in a time when concerns around children's mental health, physical activity levels and connection to the natural environment are well documented. The work of likes of the Far Schools Association, as well as Playboard and some of the other organisations that the Chair has mentioned, provide creative and meaningful contributions to the development of young people. Outdoor play in its various forms is an important part of learning. The ETI have also acknowledged how outdoor learning improves health, well-being and progression in learning, also helping young people to manage emotion, develop social skills, improve concentration after adventurous play, something they also say is helpful to children that have additional needs, which will be relevant to the committee as we continue our Senate inquiry. And I don't think anybody today would be saying anything not positive about outdoor learning, or indeed a strategy to look at the same, or the work of providers. Indeed, like other members, I have had the privilege of visiting the Far School down on the Clandyboy estate, and we ourselves seen the excellent environment, facilities and ethos that makes so many passionate about it, and see many kids benefit. And all of us will have had opportunities to go into our local schools in our local constituencies and hear from them some of the opportunities that they've had and what it has meant to them, and see the excitement whenever the kids are talking about it. I want to place on record my appreciation, as I say, for the dedication of the educators, volunteers and the partner organisations who deliver this work, often with limited resource. I recognise that, and a great deal of personal commitment. Their contribution is undeniably valuable, and it enhances the educational experience for many of our pupils. However, while recognising all of these strengths and all of these positives, I think we do have to say a word about and recognise the financial reality and the challenges under which the Department of Education is currently operating. The pressures on the education budget are severe and well known to members of this House and to the committee. Schools are struggling to meet basic needs and support services are stretched. Many statutory responsibilities are already competing for insufficient funding. Therefore, while I do not question the worth or impact of the outdoor learning or many of the programmes that providers are currently providing without it being mainstreamed, I must also be honest about what I think the department can realistically support at this moment. If additional resources were to become available, as we all hope they will, and I believe there are regrettably more urgent and immediate priorities that must be addressed first. These include safeguarding essential frontline services, supporting children with special educational needs, and ensuring schools can simply keep the doors open and staffed. And that's not to take away from this priority. I said it in the committee as we discussed it, that this is a worthy issue, but it's an issue that has to be put against those other issues that we face. It's not a reflection on providers or their merits, it's a reflection of the difficult financial environment we face. My position is not that we should close the door on future departmental support or that we shouldn't work to develop a strategy, but it is to recognise that mainstream or directly funding this work from the core budget is probably not feasible right now without compromising other critical areas. In the meantime, I would continue collaboration with providers, schools, communities and other partners, and I remain hopeful that in the future, if we can navigate some of the challenges we face right now, that these are issues that we should continue to look at. So let me reiterate in closing my respect for our providers and the movement that they're part of, and my appreciation for their contribution to our young people. We won't be opposing this motion, but I just think it's worth, in praising much of the work that is done, also being realistic with people and not building false hope about the position that the department faces. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Cara Hunter. Cara.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Committee for bringing this important motion forward, and it's really nice that we as a committee, as a collective, endorse and support this. In my own school experience with regards to outdoor learning, I vividly remember while attending Dominican College in Port Stewart, which is based beside the sea, many moons ago, we had a biology class outdoors. And going out and learning about plants and how they work. And to this day, I remember everything I learned on that day. It was such a unique experience getting outside on what was such a sunny day in such a beautiful constituency. So I really welcome we're having this opportunity to discuss this further today about the importance of outdoor learning. Over the past number of months at Education Committee, we have heard from the experts, we've heard from the Northern Ireland Forest School Association, the McGilligan Outdoor Education Centre, and of course wider contributors such as principals, teachers and pupils about the importance of outdoor learning and not seeing outdoor learning, as the Chair has rightfully said, as a reward but as a classroom itself. And the message is clear. This kind of learning isn't a luxury, it's actually core to how some children learn best, and evidence backs that up. Studies across these islands show that regular nature-based outdoor learning improves pupils' enjoyment of lessons, can improve their behaviour, their social skills and even their school educational attainment. Time in nature is linked with better attendance, better concentration and teamwork, particularly for those children who really struggle in traditional classroom settings or have traditional non-traditional needs. I'm thinking particularly in my constituency of Rossmar Special School in Limavady, who have a really strong focus on outdoor play and learning, and they have a little forest school outside with a mud garden for their children with special educational needs to learn, and it's fantastic. Wider forest school approaches specifically have been shown to build confidence, independence, language and communication skills, as well as building emotional resilience. I also find as an adult that being in nature is so great for the head and of course gives young people that important time away from screens. We know that children today are spending less time outdoors than ever in previous generations. Recent UK research shows that 1 in 3 children do not play outside after school at all, which I think is crazy that in one generation we've seen children used to fight to be out of the house until the street lights came on, and now they're fighting actually to get back indoors to get access to iPads and to screens. Outdoor education, I think, can be a really firm and strong step in changing this. But we know, as mentioned by previous speakers, schools can't solve that problem alone, but they can be part of the solution and finding joy outside, which is so important. Currently, provision of outdoor learning remains patchy, dependent too often on the enthusiasm of individual teachers, and is not yet fully embedded systematically in the curriculum or school planning. This must change. Today, this motion...
Is that what the member give way?
Yeah.
Would the member agree with me that it's a little bit difficult just in parts listening to this debate today without reflecting back to how the Education Authority totally changed the landscape by taking away places like Arden, the Bannon Outdoor Education Centre in Castlewell, and reprofiling the Killay Outdoor Education Centre so that it's no longer a residential base, and even the threat that there is at the minute for the Tullymore Outdoor National Centre, where if we don't have these residential places, people are not going to be able to enjoy what you're suggesting.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. I thank the member for his intervention, and I agree wholeheartedly. I know in my constituency we have Woodhall and Kilray, and just knowing the benefits that provides, particularly in a residential experience, it's absolutely necessary, and I have no doubt in your constituency it's important for the Minister to listen today about the needs and the investment that's required there. This motion today recognises that inclusive learning and outdoor learning is key to the development of our young people. From the ages of 3 to 18, it is so crucial that they have weekly, progressive and sustainable outdoor learning opportunities built into the curriculum by the end of 2026. This will require leadership support, time and clear policy signals and resourcing. It will also require an outdoor learning strategy co-designed with teachers themselves that removes practical barriers and makes it genuinely easier for our schools and our pupils to go outside. It'll lessen screen usage, it'll get our children excited by nature, it'll improve school attendance, it will improve the mental health of our young people. equipping a generation with the skills, the well-being and the environmental awareness that they need for the future that lies ahead. And today the SDLP wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I call on Gary Middleton. Gary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too join with others in welcoming the opportunity to speak on this committee motion today, and to commend the work of all of those involved in outdoor education, particularly the work of the Northern Ireland Forest Schools Association. The sensible use of resources around us is something that we can all support. As outlined by some of the contributors already, there is clear and substantial evidence of the benefits of outdoor learning. Being outdoors is of course a powerful antidote to the excessive screen time that is sadly becoming the norm for too many of our young people, with all the associated benefits for physical and mental health outdoors. When children and young people are engaged in outdoor learning, we see the improvements in social skills and cognitive development. But I also want to bring a local perspective to the Chamber, especially as a parent to a child who attends a rural school in Northern Ireland, one that values outdoor learning with a sensory garden, daily mile walks and many lessons outdoors. The value of our natural surroundings is self-evident when our children can richly investigate the plants, the insects and the natural environment. We have seen firsthand how access to green spaces, to the fresh air and to the natural world allows children and young people to flourish in ways that the four walls of a classroom simply cannot always accommodate. In my child's school, the teachers, through their dedication and willingness, have found innovative ways to integrate outdoor learning within the existing curriculum, from science and geography to simple literacy and numeracy skills, observing nature and working together on projects. It is of course heartening as well to see new friendships formed as children work together in these different environments, building a confidence and a sense of belonging in their community and the world around them. But we've also seen how the outdoor approach is successfully integrated into education systems in Scotland, Norway, Finland, the Republic of Ireland and indeed Wales as well. But there is an opportunity for Northern Ireland to lead the way in this field. That being said, as my colleague Mr Brooks has said, we also have to be mindful of the constraints and the challenges that exist within the Department for Education at this minute in time. What we do, yes of course.
And I thank the member for giving way, and I'm not going to downplay the resource challenges that we do face, but would the member agree that so much of what you've already highlighted of what schools can do on that innovative level doesn't require financial expenditure, and there are other levers at a policy level that the Department and EA can implement to promote outdoor learning across all our schools?
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I do concur. No, absolutely. I was going to go on to say what we do have, whilst we may not have a lot of financial resources, what we do have is the natural environment and the natural resources. We also have the dedicated educators and teaching workforce. We also have the willingness, I believe, to embrace that. But what we do need is that consistent approach to ensure that this becomes very much a normalised part of education and not just a one-off, an educational field trip or some sort of nice-to-do activity. But early years educators reports that this approach reduces stress among children, and I think that is important information. In an increasingly fast-paced and sometimes overwhelming world for our young people, providing them with opportunities to connect with their outdoor world, move away from screens and exercise and engage in lifelong learning is just not a good idea, but it is a necessity for mental and physical well-being. So I just want to, as I say, thank the members for the opportunity to speak on this motion, and we look forward to working together to try and bring about a better system for all.
I call on Michelle Guy. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Outdoor education is important, and I'm pleased that as an Education Committee we've come together to be supportive of it. There are many challenges facing our education system, and there are many things we worry about when it comes to our kids. But outdoor education can help meet these challenges in a strategic way. So what are the things that make us worry? Physical and mental well-being of children and young people. Growing levels of mental health issues, while reported levels of physical activity are really concerning, with only 21% of primary and 16% of post-primary pupils meeting the recommended 60 minutes of activity a day. There is a concern about how this will impact our economy, society and health service in the long term. Outdoor education is proven to improve the physical, mental and mental health of our children. We're also concerned about loneliness, social isolation and too much time spent online. Outdoor education and instilling a love of the outdoors and physical activity from a young age improves children's social skills, it builds confidence and the ability to take risks, and it embeds a love of nature and the outdoors which can last a lifetime. We also have major issues with attendance. This is a complicated issue with individual circumstances behind each young person not making it into school. Again, we have heard evidence of how outdoor learning improves attendance rates for young people. We also worry about some of our children being dysregulated in the classroom or unable to learn due to their emotional state. Outdoor education supports this. For example, the Independent Autism Reviewer provided a briefing for the committee on the experience of autistic children with outdoor education. In the briefing, she highlighted the experience of Dara McAnulty, award-winning naturalist and author. He spoke about liking school, desperately wanting to learn. However, he found classrooms claustrophobic and distressing. The outdoors was where he could find peace and his mind could focus. As we know, when environments are adapted to make them more accessible for one group, they often tend to be better for everyone. This isn't a novelty. It is a serious policy solution which could have major educational, health and societal benefits. It is about enhancing areas of the curriculum, including literacy, numeracy and STEM, by moving beyond the structured learning environment of a traditional classroom. It is an area which should have cross-departmental support. But we know there are significant barriers right now for those who are trying to embrace more outdoor learning. Some schools have limited outdoor space or limited equipment and resources. So too do many wider communities. School staff and leadership need further support with training and guidance. There are also significant time pressures on staff. I think both the benefits and the challenges have been recognised by the Department and the Minister, and we know the Minister has provided some capital towards outdoor equipment. However, we know that some schools had real issues with the conditions placed on this funding. The question then is how much more focus will this area of the curriculum and policy get from the Department, especially in supporting its expansion beyond the early years and foundation stage of school. I firmly believe outdoor education is proven to be so beneficial in the face of some of the most systemic issues we face in education. It deserves a lot more focus. I think a strategy would be really helpful, but we also shouldn't miss out on making progress through the current curriculum review process. And I've certainly had contact from teachers keen to see this happen, who are bought into the great work of organisations such as NI Forest School and Playboard NI. I will end with two quotes from teachers in a report by Field Studies Ireland into the inclusion of outdoor education in primary schools here. Outdoor education should not be seen as an extra. It should be a core teaching strategy. And we need to move beyond thinking of outdoor education as a one-off event. It needs to be woven into everyday teaching.
Thank you very much indeed. I call John Burrows.
Speaker, I will cause a shockwave by saying I agree entirely with the Alliance Party on this motion, and I'm glad to support it. Outdoor learning and the development of outdoor learning strategy, in my view, isn't a luxury. It is essential, and more than ever, because we see the real challenges around mental health, around addictions to screens, around development, around children's being sociable with other young people, and of course around physical health. And we've seen the exponential rise in children with special education needs. And I was just reading in the Sunday Times yesterday an article and a teacher talking about we have children who can swipe a screen but can't speak coming to their school. So I think this outdoor learning is so vital. And I think also it is vital to change our perception of the education system as not just about a conveyor belt of getting children with grades to go on to university, but developing life skills that will help them navigate the world ahead personally, within their families, their communities, but also within the workforce. And I'm also conscious, and I will link it to the recent statistics, quite shocking, around young men who are ending their lives in Northern Ireland, that suicide is the single greatest cause of death amongst men under 50. And the ability to interact with nature, to deal with things like depression, are so vital that we learn those. Of course, there are challenges, and we talk about money and capacity and capability, but I think they're all just things you get over. and you sort out. It doesn't cost a lot of money. And that's something that the Forest Schools Association were very keen to say. You can do a lot with very little. We have a lot of natural resources out there. In terms of the capacity of schools, I think we've got a workload review, we've got a curriculum review. There are opportunities to carve out more time for our teachers. They do a lot of bureaucracy. They tell me about these different portals that they have to log into that could be streamlined to create that extra capacity for teachers to deliver the outdoor learning. And I was particularly struck with another piece in the papers over the weekend about the opportunities for a more rounded education and getting out and experiencing things has on academic ability. The Pearson National School Teacher of the Year guy, it was James Parkinson, he brought into a struggling school an initiative not unlike this, giving children experiences in the outdoor world, things that they wanted to do, and their results went from the bottom 10% nationally to the top 13. It didn't cost money, it just required a little bit of emphasis and focus. So I think we need to summon up our inner MacGyver or inner Bear Grylls, and we need to actually get this as something at the heart of our curriculum, that our young people are experiencing the outdoors, are learning outdoors, are learning skills that will stand them by for years. And I think our teachers are yearning for it. I was meeting teachers over the last number of weeks and unions, and they are very keen on this. And all of the obstacles that we talk about that I mentioned earlier, capability and capacity, they're all easily dealt with. And I'll come back to a final point. I think risk aversion is something that we need a healthier attitude in our society about, and I think outdoor learning can help that. We've went from a society that actually worries about children going out and bouldering on a river, but will let them go upstairs and be subjected to a world of, quite frankly, evil and huge risk online, often without any supervision. And a healthier attitude to risk is actually about learning about how to do outdoor activities safely. Also, for the teachers, how to have a healthier attitude towards risk and know that if you've got the support and the training and someone will stand by you, that you can actually enjoy outdoor activities safely and in a healthy way. So I really commend the motion. I don't think outdoor learning is a luxury. I think it's an essential. I think it should be mainstreamed through our curriculum, and I think the outworkings of it will be healthier bodies, healthier minds, and actually developing more rounded students that are going to benefit Northern Ireland for the years to come.
Thank you, John. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I've spent a lifetime in the outdoors and sort of recently been reflecting on the fact that getting psyched in the outdoors through activities such as climbing, mountain biking, mountaineering, climbing, and doing so in the like-minded company of friends and companions that have a shared objective might not have been the best grounding for a career in frontline Northern Irish politics, but there you go, road less travelled and all the rest of it. Outdoor learning does provide for inspirational experiences, challenging activities, excitement and fun, all of which contribute to a lifelong positive educational impact. And the Chair is correct, it is not just a nice thing to do, but it is a very nice thing to do. An outdoor introduces an energy into the classroom, academically proven, an energy which has over studies shown to improve the academic potential of those who are exposed to it. And many of the previous speakers have acknowledged this. And this is academically proven, and it goes a bit beyond just the Sunday papers. And from my own anecdotal experience, outdoor education, it goes for those that maybe are not of the traditional strengths. Do not underestimate, Minister, do not underestimate members, do not underestimate committee, really the power of the outdoors and the associated activities and the ability for it to change and how individuals see themselves and how others see them. And I've witnessed this so often. The child is maybe not the most academic or confident in the class, or he perhaps does not perform on their traditional sports pitch just as well. But when they're put in the end of a rope, abseiling down a cliff, or in a wetsuit about to jump into a plunge pool, or out in the forest with a map, they come into their own. They exude confidence in that outdoor experience, in that outdoor environment. And this is not just about giving that individual the confidence, but it's also about the acknowledgement from the teachers and their classmates that when they see this person has the strength that they didn't know they possessed, and they see them differently now, and that is the real magic, that is the real magic of outdoor education. And there are challenges to this strategy that I think the Minister maybe needs to make note of. I'm very glad to see the will of the committee in the investigation to see the positive role outdoor learning can have in the formal and informal educational settings. But there are a number of points that the Education Committee and the Minister might like to reflect on. When we look at this piece of policy, we do not always take into consideration the range of outdoor learning centres. The statutory, the voluntary and the private providers all play this role. We need to consider as well the curriculum topics that are currently already undertaken in the syllabus, such as Key Stage 2, 3 and 4, and undertaken and delivered by outdoor learning centres. And that the above is the formal setting of education, but there's also the informal youth work settings as well, and the accreditations that these guys provide. And protection from further cuts, it has been said, but Minister, I appreciate, as we all do, the financial constraints. But we've made reference regards outdoor learning should not be curtailed as to simply what outdoor spaces are available to schools. So while it's good and great to have the acknowledgement of outdoor learning, and it should be embedded in the curriculum, the reality is that the amount of school children exposed to outdoor learning through either formal or informal has been drastically reduced over the years. Closures of Arnaban, Bush Mills, Cologne, Killalay, Ebbett, Cabra, these are all some of the centres that have been closed over the years and have taken away from that ability to provide an outdoor recreational learning setting. The Chair has also said, and a few others have also said, about Scotland as being an exemplar of outdoor learning, and I would certainly subscribe to that. And as well, Scotland and Wales are at various stages of legislating as a requisite for outdoor residential learning, which would be good to see over here, given the wonderful we have. So I made a quip at the start about not possibly being a good grounding for frontline Northern Ireland politics. However, the teamwork of a canoe, the resilience of climbing a mountain, the trust of holding a rope and being held on the end of the rope, all engender partnership working, and it's never too late to work on these skills. So if the Speaker, and indeed the Minister, or any executive members want to take part in a few outdoor workshops that might look at this, I'd be happy to hook up with you and go for a dander or something like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, and I call on the Minister. Minister.
Speaker, I'll see if I can release the inner Bear Grylls or MacGyver in the course of this contribution, and some have invited me to engage in a working group with the committee, and maybe we can abseil together, or I'd be quite happy to tie some of them up in a rope if you want me to. So I think it's been an interesting debate, but an important one nevertheless, and one that I share a lot of commonality with all of the speakers in respect of this. I'll pick up on some of the issues as I just go through the speech, but first of all, outdoor learning is not simply an enrichment activity. It is a vital part of how children develop resilience, creativity and well-being. It supports physical, emotional and cognitive development and helps pupils build problem-solving skills, confidence and social interaction. These experiences are particularly valuable in fostering curiosity and a lifelong love of learning. I can certainly reflect on history field trips, geography field trips, some of those things that have been committed now to my long-term memory, and other things that I maybe learned in the classroom I certainly couldn't recite. But I do recall going to Dundrum and learning about the Norman Keep when we were considering the Norman invasion of Ireland, and yes, they were here long before us Ulster Scots ever came in the plantation 400 years ago, so blame them. But it was those interesting field trips where it definitely enhanced my curiosity around those subject matters. The Duke of Edinburgh, not something that I participated in school, but I know the benefits for many in my school who certainly did benefit from those experiences as well. In terms of outdoor play, it's currently embedded in the Northern Ireland curriculum at foundation stage, and Key Stage 1 is specifically within the areas of learning the world around us and physical development and movement. However, what I would say, implementation of this area is at the discretion of the individual schools, And while many schools already embrace outdoor learning, we recognise the need for a more consistent and progressive approach across all settings. One of the findings of the independent review did indicate that there was a level of inconsistency. This shouldn't really be down to the experiences of the school or the teachers who have a particular interest and they can impart their knowledge then to the pupils, because in some schools where they don't have that same experience, then this particular area, when it comes to the world around us and physical development and movement, was found not to be something that was consistent across various different schools because of the way in which it currently operates. But significant steps are being taken to support this area. In December last year, I launched a curriculum-led capital investment programme which prioritises investment in areas that enhance curriculum delivery. And under this programme, the Outdoor Learning Project was introduced in early 2025. Through this initiative, £3 million was invested in outdoor play equipment that benefited 93 nursery schools, 776 primary schools and 40 special schools. Funding allocations ranged from £3,500 to just over £6,000 per school, which was based on their enrolment numbers. This investment ensured that schools have the resources to create safe and stimulating outdoor environments. And evaluation of this project will take place during the autumn, and findings will inform our next steps. Beyond capital investment, the Education Authority continues to provide professional learning resources through its Supporting Learning website. These include practical guidance and videos showcasing outdoor learning activities, primarily focused on early years, but also relevant throughout primary education. This support helps teachers embed outdoor approaches within their practice and ensures that outdoor learning is not an occasional activity, but a planned and purposeful part of the curriculum. And let me pay tribute to some organisations, Deputy Speaker, who provide this outdoor opportunity for some schools, albeit in a limited fashion, and I know schools would like to have more resources. But take the Ulster Farmers Union, for example, when they do their Open Farm Week, you will have within your constituencies where farms are opened up and they encourage schools to come in, and those young people get to see how a farm operates, from the landscape and how you utilise the land to animals and the purpose of the way in which the feed operates, and then ultimately the production process and the end product and how you can sell that on into market. And I know the benefit from those schools who have been able to participate in those young people getting a much greater understanding, certainly of the agricultural way of life. My grandfather had a farm. I was a townie, so I would have benefited from every weekend heading up to the farm to get enlightened as to how the cultures all actually live. And it was a time whenever I had great experiences in terms of being out in the farm up in Dungannon. That was the South Tyrones, where my family are all from. And I can remember those experiences out in the tractor, Granda explaining to me about what was happening with the cattle and the pigs and all of that. And also some activities, which I was below the age of criminal responsibility. I fired my first shotgun, air rifle, all under very strict supervision. An experience that many townies would never quite rightly be able to benefit from. But that outdoor way of life was something that a lot of people don't actually benefit from whenever we don't have the same opportunity. So Ulster Farmers Union, that's certainly, my experience is not one that they do offer in terms of some of the other extracurricular activities that my grandfather provided, but it is a good demonstration of that outdoor way of life. Around the Education and Training Inspectorate, strongly it endorses outdoor learning. Recent inspection findings highlight that outdoor learning improves children's health, well-being and progression in learning. It helps pupils manage emotions and behaviours, it develops social skills and demonstrates better concentration after engaging in adventurous physical play. ETI reports that schools prioritising outdoor learning in their development plans see increased resilience, confidence and creativity among pupils. Outdoor learning is particularly effective when well planned and integrated across the curriculum, enabling children to make connections, apply knowledge and develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. ETI also notes growing interest in forest and beach schools, and collaboration with organisations such as the NIFSA and Eco Schools is building teacher confidence and enriching pupils' understanding of sustainability. I want to commend the work of the Northern Ireland Forest Schools Association and their efforts in promoting child-centred, nature-based learning. It has had a transformative impact on pupils' confidence, well-being and engagement. And Deputy Speaker, I look forward to visiting their site at Clandyboy in due course to see firsthand the positive differences that they are making for children and teachers across Northern Ireland. So can I thank members for their contribution to, I think, an important discussion. And by working collaboratively, we can embed outdoor learning as a meaningful component of learning, delivering positive change for children, families and the wider education sector. Outdoor learning is an investment in well-being, creativity and lifelong learning.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Cathy Mason to wind. And Cathy, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Gurmagat Lesh Cancorlia, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to wind in this motion today from the Education Committee. I'm not quite sure that I foreseen that we would be discussing Norman invasions, culchies and townies, Bear Grylls and Ur rifles within it, but I suppose it shows you the impact on outdoor learning could have on a child's imagination. Earlier this year I had the opportunity to attend the Play Board's School-Age Childcare Conference, and it was about the journey and the future. The conference brought together practitioners, educators, leaders and providers from across the play-based school-age sector, including the forest school leaders who had us lighting fires, sawing pieces of wood, hammering nails. I'm not quite sure I channelled my inner Bear Grylls, but I certainly did get my hands dirty, and it really was a welcome step outside, breath of fresh air. So you can imagine the impact that that would also have on children who are in a classroom all day. Part of the focus of that conference was on play-based learning, engaging with how a play-based curriculum can help raise the educational outcomes of our children and young people. But the view amongst the sector there that day was very, very clear. There is an overwhelming need for outdoor play-based learning in our education system. Outdoor learning, as we have seen for ourselves in committee, is great for children's mental health and well-being. Fresh air, natural sunlight. What more could you need? And Cara had mentioned it in her contribution as well, specifically around resilience, school attendance and regulation. The freedom to move and explore stimulates curiosity and interest, allowing our children and young people to explore, investigate and ask questions about the world around us. And Colin McGrath, he's no longer in the chamber, but he had mentioned two great examples of that in my own constituency, and it is very disheartening that we no longer have the Ardnabannon site and the Tullymore is now under threat. This takes learnings in a classroom to the outside world and makes subjects that are normally in a textbook come to life. The learnings of science, maths or geography can come to life right in front of our very eyes. Learning should be immersive, engaging, and it should of course stimulate curiosity and interest.
The member take an intervention?
I will, yeah.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Would the member also agree with me that this is a great opportunity for schools and children in schools to work with local community groups and voluntary groups? And I've seen great examples in my own area where Loughney Partnership have worked closely with St John's and Kings Island. These are real opportunities for children to learn about the place they live in and the place they want to grow up in and love.
Absolutely, I agree with that, and we have so many community and voluntary organisations who are so willing to step in and to help and to aid the education of our young people, so it is really, really important. Outdoor play and learning introduces new challenges that encourage risk-taking in safe ways and supports independent play whilst also prompting classmates to collaborate, explore together and share ideas and knowledge and enhance the social skills, as Michelle Guy had mentioned in her contribution as well. When students have the ability to work through obstacles, they strengthen their independence and resilience, and that lays the groundwork for the confidence needed to handle tough situations later in life. And we've seen many great examples of this in many of our schools, and Gary Middleton mentioned his own children and the great example in their schools. But they need the space in terms of physical space, but they also need the time to do it. And I know John Burrows mentioned that the curriculum review that's ongoing at the minute is an opportunity to allow that to happen. And they need the resources to allow that to happen as well. So we must now see an outdoor learning in school strategy in conjunction with the sector to give our children and young people the very best start in their educational pathway.
So in winding, I want to thank everyone for their contributions today, and there is broad consensus. I know that David Brooks had mentioned about the financial pressures on the department, and the Minister had also, but I think it's very important that we take into consideration that we're not solely just talking about financial aid here. We are talking about the department having the will to put a focus on this. And we've heard right across the board of the importance of our children getting outside and learning. So thank everyone for their contributions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Cathy. The question and the motion standing on the order paper agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on publication of the joint census. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly welcomes the Ireland and Northern Ireland a joint census publication 2021-22, which provides analysis across a range of topics in areas such as demographics, households, religion, ethnicity, place of birth, health, economic status, education and housing. Notes that according to the joint census publication, the island's population, while growing to 7.1 million, the largest level since 1851, remains below pre-famine population levels. Further notes the findings in relation to the all-island economy, whereby over 18,000 workers travel both ways across the border for work on a daily basis. Recognises that joint census publications can help identify shared challenges and opportunities for policy and decision making, and calls on executive departments to take stock of these findings.
Thank you. I call on Emma Sharon to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshal list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Emma, please open the debate on the motion.
We brought this motion before the House today, I suppose, to bring focus to another example of cross-border collaboration, which is so important for the trajectory that we find ourselves in the north of Ireland, and people who feel passionately, as I do, about the concept of Irish unity coming towards us. And we know that that conversation is alive and is finding its way into more homes and spaces on a daily basis. And in order to make those preparations for a new and united Ireland, we have to have an understanding of the situation that we're currently in and the facts and figures. And this joint census went an awful distance in doing that. I suppose there's a common misconception out there that those of us who advocate for a new united Ireland would just like to rub away the border, join the 2 states and leave it at that, go home and put our feet up. But any of us who are involved in the conversation in a real way know that that is not what we want. And from our perspective in Sinn Féin, we have many issues and concerns about how both states and both jurisdictions have been run since partition was implemented in this country. And I suppose this joint census goes some way in highlighting that there are problems north of the border and there are also problems south of the border, and there are things that we're doing really well in the north, things that are being done better in the 26 counties, and what we would like is collaboration and joint working to learn from each other and to make both states better in the here and now, and obviously for future planning. And I suppose one of the key statistics from the 21-22 joint census that jumps out at you is the increase from the previous census in terms of the cross-border workers. Over 4,000 people began working cross-border since the last census was carried out. And we can see, particularly in the border region, that people go north and south on a daily basis for their work. And I suppose that, again, speaks to one of the misconceptions about Irish unity, and we hear a lot of scaremongering about what a potential united Ireland could mean for our health system, and people obviously hold the NHS very dearly. But I suppose when you look at the cohort of workers who are crossing the border for work, the majority of people coming from the south to the north are working in our health and social care settings, which indicates the strength of feeling that there is in the 26 counties around the NHS, and that there is not a reticence amongst our friends and colleagues in the south about public services. And I think that's heartening, and it's something that we should look at and draw attention to. Obviously, in order to make progress in anything, you have to have the information available to you, and we know in the north how damaging partition was, and we know that that was particularly impactful on our border areas. I suppose seen very clearly in the fact that unemployment figures are highest in border regions to this day, in Louth in the 26 counties and Derry and Strabane in the north, showing once again the impact and the consequences of that border infrastructure and how disruptive and damaging it has been for the communities living beside it. So obviously there are many reasons that we can point to as to our problems in the north, and the fact that we don't have a sovereign parliament here, and that we are still at the behest of a British government, and for the past 14 years of Tory austerity, which has caused us innumerable problems in terms of our public services and has damaged us there. But still in all, our people have the determination and the spirit and the grit to excel beyond what has been set out for them. And I think of my own constituency, which has the lowest unemployment rate in the north, as a shining example of that, where infrastructure wasn't widely available, where we didn't see investment in our roads, in our electricity network, and yet we have the most successful engineering sector of anywhere in Ireland, and produce well above our means in that regard. So I commend this motion to the House and hope to see it passed. I know other parties have brought amendments, some which could be seen as slightly constructive, and some which unfortunately have probably missed the point. But I welcome this debate, and thank you.
I thank you, and I call on Matthew O'Toole to move amendment number 1. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to move amendment number 1 to this motion. Now, this motion was, I say moved, I knew that, I don't know why I'm standing up and talking.
We're about to suspend the sitting just before we go to Executive Office questions, and the next speaker will be, after we resume after the urgent oral question, will be indeed you, Matthew, after that. Thank you very much indeed. The sitting is suspended until start of questions. There we go.
Time for questions to the Executive Office. We'll start with listed questions. Question 3 has been withdrawn, and I call David Honeyford. First Minister.
We are delighted that Dr. Katie Radford formally started her role as Director of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression on the 13th of November. Other members of the Office Board are due to take up post on the 3rd of December. Over the coming months, it will seek to develop a work programme in line with the aims and functions set out in the Identity and Language Act 2022. Their aim will be the promotion of cultural pluralism, respect for diversity, social cohesion and reconciliation, and also to support and promote the celebration of our cultural and linguistic heritage. We are confident that we have the right people in place to deliver these objectives and are committed to supporting the Office in its efforts. We will be able to provide further details to members on the work of the Office as it progresses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the First Minister just to outline how her office will ensure that the work in identity and culture isn't just symbolic, but genuinely supports some of our young people, our sports clubs, our community groups across all traditions to build relationships and share understanding, and how that progress will be measured and reported back to this Assembly?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it has to be much more than symbolism. I think it's really a crucial juncture in which we can have a new departure, particularly in relation to social cohesion, the problems that we have and we've witnessed across society over, particularly in the last year. So I think there's a real opportunity here not to be missed, and I think we need to be able to, I suppose, measure that progress as we go, and this is something that we're committed to working with Katie and the board team. Obviously there are very clear aims of the Office set out within the legislation itself, but for me, I think that there's a complementarianism of both this office and the other two offices and how they can work in a complementary fashion, but also distinctly as well. So I just think that there's a real opportunity for this office to be shaped and create a huge opportunity to promote respect, inclusion, social cohesion and reconciliation between all of our different national and cultural identities.
Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, one of the greatest examples of initiatives to promote cultural understanding is the wide range of portraits of Lord Mayors at Belfast City Hall. A member of your party and employee was forced to resign after attacking that portrait. Given your requirements to uphold the rule of law under the Ministerial Code, will you take this opportunity to name that former employee and which member of your party and member of this House that individual is related to?
Minister.
If only your question was genuinely about respect, but of course it's not. The PPS have made their views known and I respect their position.
And I thank the First Minister for her answers. And as you've outlined, there is amazing work going on within our communities to promote inclusion and cultural understanding. And does the First Minister agree with me that there is now an opportunity for the Office of Cultural Expression and Identity, as well as the Office of Irish Language Commissioner and the Ulster Scots Commissioner, to build on this work and to help further promote a society that is built on respect and mutual understanding of identity and of culture?
Yes, as I referenced in the previous answer, I think to the original question, I think that there's so much incredible work that actually happens out there. We all see it in our backyards, we all see it in our constituencies, and I think you can see such a huge degree of work to promote inclusion and social cohesion that's happening very much on a grassroots level. I think we need to draw all that out. We need to focus on that positivity. We need to build upon the positivity, whether that be in community centres or in sports clubs and sports spaces, in places where people come together to share experiences, and we have a richness of diversity, and I think that's something that we need to get to the position where we talk about how we celebrate our diversity, how we respect the differences that are there. But I think that the Office of Cultural Identity and Expression was going to create that opportunity to build upon what's there, to focus on new work programmes, but also genuinely really help to build a new society that we are all desperately wanting to achieve together. So I think with the 3 commissioners now in place, or the director and the 2 commissioners in place, the work that they can do together, I think, will bear fruit over the course of the years to come.
First Minister, can you tell us why the Irish language was not involved in the criteria of the Commissioner?
Sorry, my translation thing wasn't working, but yes, the other board members are going to be in place. We wanted to give Katie a chance to bed in herself, and then we put the other board members in place, and they are going to take up their role in the next number of weeks. I'm just looking for their names. So we've got Brian Dougherty, we've got Alan Finlay, we've got Stephen Moore, Dr Kelly Persick and Dr Jacqueline Withrow have all been appointed, and they will assume the role on the 3rd of December, so just round the corner, and that will very much then add to the director who is now in post. I think it was important that she gets a chance to put her feet under the table and then welcome in the new board members, and then together they will design the programme of work.
Does the First Minister believe a fanatic who believes the Irish language legislation doesn't go far enough, and who is, or at least was, a card-carrying member of Sinn Féin is the right person to hold the post of Irish Language Commissioner? How can someone with this type of record enjoy unionist support?
I'm sure the Commissioner will have something to say about your own commentary, but I very much welcome the Commissioner to his post. I wish him well in his post. Add more to Paul Days as he takes up his role, and I think that we all should get behind him and stop skirting around the issues and stop being so divisive. Try to think about it from an inclusive point of view. This is the promotion of the Irish language. It is a positive thing. You shouldn't be frightened.
David Brooks.
Question 2.
Minister.
With your permission, Concordia, I'll answer questions 2 and 13 together. The independent review carries a range of recommendations and suggestions on the function of the Windsor framework. Many of the recommendations concern areas of responsibility for the British Government, and our officials are engaging with the Cabinet Office and the Northern Ireland Office on those areas which touch on executive responsibilities. We've also held a very useful discussion with the Minister for the Cabinet Office, Nick Thomas Simmons, on the 13th of November, where we outlined the importance of working together to ensure a pragmatic approach to addressing the issues raised in the report. One of the recommendations is that further staff be seconded or added to the office of the Executive Office in Brussels, and we welcome the recognition of the important role of the office that it has to play in providing information and upstream engagement on EU legislation. We've also advocated for support for our local businesses and therefore welcome the commitment made by the British Government today. Officials are working to understand any of the details of that funding package and then how it will be implemented also.
Thank you, First Minister. I thank the First Minister for her answer, and the office has an important role, I think, in influencing in Europe, but also as a canary in the mine that can warn us if any serious difficulties that may come from European legislation. One of the current difficulties around that is that of veterinary medicines, and I'd be interested to know if she's had any conversations or update for us in terms of the real threat that poses to our veterinary sector and animal health in Northern Ireland, and what can be done with the looming end of the grace period.
Yes, I can assure you this is something that we raise at all of our engagements. Obviously, we welcome the fact that there will be an SBS agreement, because I think that will iron out a lot of the issues that have developed to this point. However, we need to have a particular approach to veterinary medicines, and that's raised on every engagement, and we're hopeful to continue to keep getting progress.
Reckon.
No. My apologies, Speaker. I didn't think I was down for a question. Oh, sorry, in that case. I don't have a question for you, First Minister.
Minister, you'll be aware from the Murphy report that it states that one of the most obvious benefits attributed to the Windsor framework is dual market access, but also the need to highlight and publicise that fact. Would you agree with me that we need to do more to maximise dual market access?
Minister.
Yes, and I know the members raised this question with me on a number of occasions, so I absolutely do concur with that. I think when you look at the Murphy report, which obviously is his own report, and we have to await the British Government's response to it by January, so just next month, or almost 2 months away. But it did focus on a number of areas, not least the fact that dual market access is something that we need to lean into even more heavier, and I absolutely agree with you that we need to continue to do so. This is a real opportunity for us to grow our economy, and when you look at the growth of our export market over the course of the last years, actually since we've had the Windsor framework introduced, our local exports have increased by 2%. That's in direct comparison to a 9% drop in Britain, so that tells you how unique our status is and how we have to really maximise it out to grow our economy, create jobs and really reach for that market. And I commend the work of Keith Archibald as the Economy Minister, who
continues to look towards those opportunities and to promote our dual market access selling point, that uniqueness that we have, and to basically send a message that we are open for business and we want to grow our economy and we want to attract the investment that we can achieve with this unique selling point.
Sir Dixon.
Thank you very much, First Minister, for your answers so far. First Minister, will you join me in being relentlessly positive with regards to the dual access opportunities that Northern Ireland has, and particularly with the expansion of the Brussels office? Will you ensure that our small and medium-sized enterprises are given the real opportunity to market Northern Ireland across the EU?
Yes, I will join with you in terms of relentless positivity. We have a good news story to tell here, and I think that it's something that we very much promote, that message that we're open for business, that we have this dual market access really is an envy of many other economies. So it's something that we really very much must maximise out. That's why our Brussels office is very important in terms of what happens there, the resource implications for all of that. But there are also post-Brexit realities that we're facing and challenges that need to be mitigated. I welcome the fact that as a direct result, I think, of all of the advocating that we've been doing, all of us collectively on behalf of local businesses, that we need some support for businesses to overcome some of those challenges and opportunities. That's now been muted as part of the budget for this week, so that's something that obviously we need to see more of the detail of, but anything that helps businesses to remove barriers to get opportunity, then that's something that we should always be positive about.
David Loughlin.
First Minister, do you accept that strengthening our presence in Brussels is a two-way process, and that the effectiveness of our work there would be significantly enhanced if we had an EU Commission office based in Belfast?
Yes, that is my view. I'm not sure it's a shared view across the office, but it's certainly my view that we should have a Commission office based in Belfast. I think that it is a two-way street, you're absolutely right. So I welcome the progress we've made in our own office in Brussels. Look forward to visiting it at some stage in the near future, but I do think that as we reach into these opportunities, then these are things that would make good common sense in a very practical way to help businesses understand and navigate sometimes this complex trading world that we live in now.
Question 3 is withdrawn. Call Paula Bradshaw.
Question 4, please.
Yeah, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, Junior Minister Riley will take this question.
Thank you. Clerical child abuse has had a devastating impact, and I just at the outset want to express our deepest sympathy and solidarity to all victims and survivors of this terrible abuse. Throughout this process, the previous Junior Minister Cameron and I have engaged with victims and survivors to hear their stories and their views on what is needed, and we will continue to do that, Junior Minister Bunting and I, as we go forward. We are very grateful to all of those who have participated in the process and shared their experiences. Work is now completed on 3 separate pieces of research: 1 examining records held by faith organisations and statutory agencies, 1 recording experiences and expectations of victims and survivors, and 1 examining the safeguarding policies and practices of faith groups. We have received the research reports and are giving them careful consideration. On the 10th of November, the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister met with Lisa Caldwell, the independent chair of the Interdepartmental Working Group, to discuss the reports and the IDWG recommendations. Officials continue to engage with the victim survivors, whose views we will take into account as we move forward. Our deliberations on the reports are continuing, and no decisions on next steps have been made. The research has highlighted the importance of current-day safeguarding practice, and we note that the PSNI has announced that it has launched a criminal investigation and established a dedicated team to follow safeguarding concerns at the Presbyterian Church in Ireland. And as this is a live investigation, we would not want to say anything which might prejudice that. However, we do reiterate the appeal from the PSNI for any victims and survivors to come forward, and trust that everyone will cooperate fully with this investigation.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Junior Minister, for that update. Obviously, things are moving on with this, and there is a growing body of campaigners who are looking for a public inquiry. The victims and survivors of institutional abuse in the mother and baby homes, they campaigned for over 10 years for a public inquiry, and I greatly fear that this group of survivors will also have to campaign for 10 years. When will you be making a decision on the recommendations put forward from the research? Thank you.
And I thank you for that question. And I just want to say again that my thoughts are with every single person who has lived through clerical child abuse. What they faced was horrific, and that impact the impact of that just doesn't disappear. It is with them every single day, and they should never have been put in that position or face the horrific nature of abuse. As I've said, I've had the chance to sit down with some of the victims and survivors myself, and I'll be really honest, the conversations were very emotional, difficult at times, but I'm grateful for their trust and the time that they took to speak with me. And I think when you hear directly from the victims and survivors, it does reiterate the importance of how we handle this work going forward. So, as I have said in the opening answer, that we are considering how we go forward in the next steps. We're still working our way through the reports and officials, and we will continue to engage with victims and survivors. And any update, of course, we will bring back to members.
Can Corley and thank the Junior Minister for answers so far. Junior Minister, you referenced that on the 12th of November the Presbyterian Church in Ireland issued a press release acknowledging previous safeguarding failures, and I want to say that our thoughts are with anybody who was impacted by that. I absolutely concur with everything you've said in terms of victims and survivors. Minister, do you agree that these latest revelations reinforce the point that lessons must be learned and highlight the need for a renewed focus on safeguarding so that all bodies can be fully aware of their obligations and also that they honour those obligations?
And I just want to associate myself again with your comments on that. I think the recent revelations, alongside those of a historic nature, which the research of clerical abuse speaks to, is a stark reminder of the need of consistent and sustained focus on safeguarding. No longer can there be situations where warning signs are missed, where organisations fail to act, or where investigations are not prioritised when concerns are raised. Safeguarding requires constant improvement and vigilance. That means adherence to robust procedures, clear mandatory reporting, proper records, accountability, and a culture where the protection of children and vulnerable people comes first. It is only by making sure that these systems are strong, independently scrutinised and continually reviewed that we can demonstrate a commitment to learning from the past, preventing failures in the future.
Keith Buchanan. Question 5, please. Minister.
Immigration is an accepted matter, and the Executive has no decision-making powers in respect to the movement of people and migration flows. We believe the asylum system should be fair, balanced and offer protection to those in genuine need, and we recognise the positive contribution of migration to our society, including in the delivery of our essential services, particularly our health and social care sector, and to our economy. We attended the Interministerial Group for Safety, Security and Migration on the 12th of November, at which the intention for reforms were highlighted. However, now that we have received the published asylum policy statement, we are reviewing the proposals and will continue to engage with the Home Office at ministerial and official level on implementation and also on local impacts.
Mr Buchanan. Thank you. First Minister, between the period 2011 to 2015 there were 150,000 claimed asylum seekers. Between the period 2021 to 25 there were 400,000, a massive increase. As First Minister for this region of the United Kingdom, in your opinion, is there a problem?
So I think the question that you ask is in relation to what's being proposed in Britain, because I've set out very clearly our role in terms of immigration. We don't control migration flows. But what I can say in relation to your initial answer is that what was published by the Labour government last week provides us only with a high-level overview. We still don't understand what that means in terms of practical outworkings, in terms of asylum reforms that the Home Office plan to implement. And the detail of all those reforms are still going to have to be worked through. I think that, unfortunately, the reality is that, particularly from some in your own party, that a lot of those figures are really overinflated. We depend very much on migration right across our health and social care system. Quite a high number of people migrate here to work and to provide our public services. So I think we need to put things in perspective. Our level of asylum, people who are seeking support at times of having to flee war and persecution or genocide, are something that I think that we should all be open to. Like, I'm absolutely open to a managed immigration system that actually provides support for those that actually need it, that's fair, that's accountable, that's human rights compliant and that's compassionate. And I think that's the least all of us can do. But I think we need to keep in perspective the actual numbers that we have here in terms of asylum and also those who come here for economic migration.
Thank the First Minister. First Minister, you will know that some of the recent data that we do actually know relating to here is that PSNI have indicated that race crimes are at very worrying levels. Does the First Minister agree with me that there can be no tolerance for racism and that together we must all work to end this scourge?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and I do believe that we must work together. This is about our home, this is about our society, this is about good relations, this is about social cohesion, this is about integration. So I think that all of us have a role to play in terms of tackling racism where we see it, calling it out where we see it, and don't be allowing or don't have any acceptable level of tolerance for racism whenever we see it. I think the PSNI data that you referred to shows that racist hate crimes have risen, and that's something that should concern every single person elected to this chamber. We can never forget the real impact, human impact at the core of all of this. So, as I say, no tolerance for hatred, no tolerance for racism, and no one should be targeted because of their race or their religious, or their religion or nationality or disability or their sexual orientation, for that matter. I think that it's so important that we create a society that is welcoming, that is inclusive, that celebrates diversity, that champions diversity, and I think we need to ensure that our minority ethnic community here, who make a crucial role, as I said in a previous answer, make a crucial role to our public services, that they know that they are valued and feel part of our society and feel safe. And I think we all have, as I said, play our part in that.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her answers. Asylum policy is reserved, but integration is devolved, and I'd like the First Minister's assessment of what the negative rhetoric around migrants, what impact that is having on this Assembly's ability to bring forward integration, and the impact it doesn't just have on human beings, but on the economy as well. People in our society are feeling very fearful right now, and politicians and their rhetoric isn't helping.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some of the rhetoric can be so toxic, and then it also puts those people from a black and ethnic minority community in particular, puts them in a real spot where they actually don't feel safe to walk about the street. I know people that work in our hospitals that are afraid to go to their workplace. Now, how by anybody's standards, they think that that's an acceptable position is beyond me. So we have a role to play in terms of how we shape this place, the language that we use, how we speak about these things. We've also got roles to play in terms of policies that we develop, not least our own refugee integration strategy, our racial equality strategy, updating our race relations laws, the funding that we have for supporting minority ethnic development, the work that we do with councils, good relations funding. There's so many layers of different work, but I think it needs to be joined up in a way that actually it makes a meaningful difference. So I concur with you in terms of how dangerous language is and how important it is for us as political leaders to set the tone.
Don Burrows.
Speaker, would the First Minister agree with me that whilst we should celebrate lawful migration, that any foreign national that commits sexual violence upon our women here in Northern Ireland should be swiftly deported from the country?
Yes, I think that anybody who commits a crime should be dealt with accordingly. I mean, that's common sense. That should be the same in the norm in any society. But I do think, back to the previous commentary around language being important and how we describe things being important, I think it's very easy to characterise all crimes against women, all sexual crimes against women, to be from a particular community. That's not the case. That's not the case. It doesn't stack up in terms of a policing perspective and their own stats. It doesn't stack up in the National Office of Statistics. So do your homework very carefully.
Nick Matheson.
Question number 6.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
Thank you. We, along with our executive colleagues, have made it very clear that all acts of violence and intimidation are abhorrent and have no place in our society. We believe that everyone, regardless of race, religion or background, is entitled to feel safe and be safe, free from threat or intimidation. The Executive Office provides funding of over £7 million to local organisations and councils to support cohesion and integration and address good relations issues. An additional allocation of £220,000 was also distributed to councils to address issues around racial and social cohesion. In parallel, work has progressed on the TEO Crisis Fund, which could be used to support those at risk of destitution or homelessness. Enhancing community cohesion is very much a cross-cutting issue that requires a collective and a joined-up approach. In recognition of that, the Executive Office is leading a dedicated community cohesion group. It is working collaboratively across departments, sectors and communities to bring people together to create safer, more supportive environments. The Education Authority has also provided a range of support for children impacted, including supporting children in Ballymena to return to school. They are also working with Belfast City Council to bring together 14 schools affected by the unrest across Belfast for cluster working and racial literacy training for teachers. A follow-up good relations programme is also planned with the EA and Mid and East Antrim Council in the spring and summer in terms of helping to address misinformation and race-related incidents.
Mr. Matheson.
And I thank the Junior Minister for those answers. And you've referenced it in your answer already, that children displaced from their homes in this way see a significant disruption to their education. Can you provide more detail in terms of the Executive Office engagement with the Education Minister in terms of how the impact of that can be better mitigated?
Sure.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned in terms of it is a cross-cutting issue, and we need to continue working with all ministers across the executive and all departments. Just as I think the families came here hoping that this place would finally be somewhere where they could build a stable and peaceful life, and we can never lose fact that say that these are human beings looking for nothing more than any of us would want for our families. Our department and our officials have been working hard to support communities so that people feel welcome and safe. And that's through providing funding to local councils, community organisations specifically to strengthen cohesion, integration and good relations, as I have mentioned. But funding alone isn't enough. It is important that we constantly look for new avenues and new partnerships so we can keep working together across government, across councils, voluntary groups and communities to make sure that those who want to call this place home feel safe, supported and valued. And I think we all share a responsibility to make that possible.
Cathy Mason.
And I thank the Junior Minister for her answers so far. Can the Junior Minister outline what work is actually being done by the Executive Office to help build a society that is free from the scourge of sectarianism, racism and intolerance?
Yes, and as I've mentioned, the Executive Office and the wider Executive have made it very, very clear that everyone is entitled to feel safe and to be safe in our society. Racism and sectarianism have absolutely no place in our communities. There are no excuses for it, and we as political leaders have a responsibility to show leadership, call out racism and stand with victims of intimidation, discrimination and violence, and we will continue to do that. The Executive Office has a number of programmes to help support this work, and that includes over $500,000 in additional funding which has been provided since the summer to fund projects promoting inclusion and integration. We also, the Executive Office Minority Ethnic Development Fund, which is approximately $1.1 million per annum. The TEO's Planned Interventions Programme, a range of other programmes, including TBUC, also provide funding to promote inclusion and integration. And that also includes the Central Good Relations Fund and the Communities in Transition Programme, which is delivering 35 projects focused on resilience and tackling paramilitarism with a budget of $2.9 million.
O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Junior Minister, I obviously represent, as others in the Chamber, the most diverse constituency probably in the North. I have to say, and I'm not spoofing when I say this, the response from most BAME individuals and communities is they are underwhelmed by the executive response to the race riots we've seen. One element of that is the criminal justice response. Can I ask, is the Executive Office engaged with the Justice Minister in terms of the sentencing bill and when we're finally going to get hate crime provisions in law?
Yeah, and thank you. And as I have said, in terms of the Executive Office, we constantly engage across the Executive and other departments and with other ministers. But in terms of that specific remit, that is the remit of the Justice Minister.
Shane.
Cast ever shocked question. The
Director of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner for Ulster Scots and the Ulster British Tradition took up their posts on the 13th of November. These appointments are a significant step forward as we continue to build a shared, inclusive and respectful society by recognising and celebrating our rich cultural diversity of identities, languages and traditions. We wish them all every success in their new roles and look forward to working with them.
Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer.
Be aware that there's a thriving Irish language community in my own constituency in West Belfast. We have the Gaeltacht quarter and many children educated in Irish medium schools. And could I ask the First Minister, does she believe that the appointment of the Irish Language Commissioner will be extremely important in terms of improving the visibility of An Gaeilge used by public authorities?
Yes, I very much welcome, as I said, the fact that the Irish Language Commissioner is imposed, also that the other two Commissioner and Director are also imposed. I think it's an extremely important milestone for us. I think it's a step forward in terms of building a society that is respectful and inclusive, and I think that it's a real matter for inclusion, equality and representation that the Irish language and culture is now properly reflected in society, and that will be part of the role of the Commissioner in terms of ensuring and enhancing that we protect the use of An Gaeilge across public authorities here and to provide and develop best practice standards for that purpose. I concur with you in terms of the number of children that are being educated through the medium of Irish. Just shows you the growth of the language, the growth of the number of parents that want to educate their children through Irish language education. And also, I think in recent years, the strength of the arts, of music, of culture, I think is something to be very much celebrated. It's positive, it's vibrant, it's a living language, and I think that our public services should reflect, and those all people in society should see themselves reflected and their culture and identity reflected in public services.
Brian Kingston.
And many within the unionist community have felt as though their British culture and identity have been undermined and not treated fairly. Can the First Minister confirm today that the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression will actively work to promote cultural understanding of the British identity, will not be biased towards one identity more than the other, and will be fairly funded across identities?
Yes, there's a fair funding model in place, and I wish all of the Commissioners and the Director the very, very best. Their role is about inclusion, it is about mutual respect, it is about creating a better society, and it is about respect for cultural difference, and I think that's crucially important. So the remit of these three new offices can be really pivotal in terms of shaping the narrative in our society and actually creating that space for everybody to be comfortable in their Irishness, in their Britishness, in their Ulster Britishness, whatever they feel and whatever they identify with. We need to create space for each other. I think these Commissioners and Director has a place to play in helping to create that dynamic in society.
Moving to topical questions, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you. First Minister, last week the COVID inquiry report was clear and it was damning that the executive response to the pandemic was marred because ministers, specifically ministers from your party and the DUP, put party politics ahead of the public good during the biggest public health emergency in our lifetimes. Executive powers were abused and ministers, including yourself, undermined the public health messaging, not just through First Minister the Bobby Storey funeral, but also incidents like the failure or the refusal to agree a statement with other devolved jurisdictions ahead of Christmas. First Minister, do you accept the inquiry's findings that you, your party, along with the DUP, failed in leadership?
Well, firstly, as I said last week, I very much recognise that the report will become another difficult moment in the recovery journey for all those families that were impacted by the pandemic itself. So I think we need to be very mindful of them. And certainly in my experience of engaging with all those families, what they want us to do is to learn lessons. And that's very much what I am committed to doing. So I thank the Chair for the work of the inquiry. I do think it does mark a major milestone in terms of our learning from our preparedness for a future pandemic, which we inevitably will face. We have to reflect on all of the report and all of its findings. I don't think any of us have anything to gain from dissecting or going over ground that we've went over before. However, I will absolutely take on board the learning from the report. We have already put some of those things already in train, and we'll do much more in time ahead.
Mr. O'Toole.
First Minister, I'm afraid many of those loved ones who lost people in the pandemic will be frustrated at an answer which is very long on generic platitudes. We all can learn lessons, of course, but you were the Deputy First Minister then, you're the First Minister now. You are personally responsible, not simply in a generic way. So, in terms of one of the lessons, it is clear that one of the lessons is the toxicity and dysfunctionality of our political institutions. Do you agree with that? And will you commit to endorsing a programme of reform of Stormont before the end of this mandate? Please, First Minister, don't refer it simply to the AERC, which I sit on. We all agree it's a committee. Do you endorse a programme of reform as a specific lesson arising out of that public inquiry?
You don't seem to be able to hear me whenever I tell you each time you ask me the same question that I am up for the issue of reform being dealt with, and I think the place to have that conversation is in the ERC committee, of which you are a member. I absolutely embrace the issue of reform, and I tell you that time after time. Maybe you don't want to hear it, but it actually is a fact. In terms of the inquiry, I do think it's important that the public understand that we are taking on board lessons learned. We were faced with an unprecedented global pandemic. All four parties of the Executive, I believe, worked really hard to get people through that. Was it perfect? Far from it. Did we get everything right? Absolutely not. But that's where the lesson need to come from. And I want to say to the House that in terms of progress that we have been able to make, we have established a cross-departmental steering group established by our own office to consider all the recommendations, not just from this module, but from all modules of the public inquiry. We are absolutely committed to building a more resilient civil contingency system that we're able to respond to all emergencies. Significant progress has been made in terms of improving preparedness, response and recovery. That includes the appointment of a Chief Scientific and Technology Advisor, because I certainly felt the whole way through the pandemic that that was something that we as an executive were missing. We now have that in place. We've expanded our Civil Contingencies Division within the Executive Office itself. We've established cross-government civil contingency structures. We've developed and enhanced the Civil Contingency Risk Register. We're going to do a further review of 2026 of all of that framework. We're already taking part in exercise named Pegasus, which is about future planning for any potential catastrophe, pandemic exercise. So we are putting lessons into train, we're actually putting them into action, and I want the public to hear that that's the lessons learned already being embraced. We're not waiting to the end of all of the public inquiry, we're actually doing things as we go, and have done actually as we went the whole way through the pandemic and in the years since.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the First Minister for her answers so far. First Minister, in light of the recent findings of the COVID-19 inquiry, will the Minister now take this opportunity to apologise to the House for having undermined public health messaging at that particular time?
Minister.
And of course the member will be aware that I have already been in this House on numerous occasions and actually addressed this question including in terms of the public inquiry itself. My actions would never have been to set out to deliberately or to really further hurt families who'd lost loved ones throughout the pandemic, and I've made that clear directly to the families also.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her answer. But does the First Minister believe that a minister who undermines public health messaging in the middle of a pandemic meets the standards of accountability and leadership and the public is entitled to expect? If so, how?
Not quite sure if I understand the question, but I can say to the member I've made my views known in terms of any damage that I caused to public health messaging. I've taken every opportunity to do so. I continue to lead us and did lead us the whole way through that pandemic, and faced with it again tomorrow I would do likewise, but I would have the added advantage on this occasion of all the lessons that have been learned, some of which I've already reflected.
Pat Shane.
Many teachers have contacted me with serious concerns about the Education Minister's proposals to criminalise teachers who refuse to cooperate with inspections in what is a routine part of trade union industrial action. Does the First Minister share my concerns?
Yes, I do, and I have too been contacted by those same teachers, and I absolutely will work with you and with other members of this House who are opposed to criminalising our teachers. These are just for taking industrial action. We need to strengthen workers' rights, not actually take away from them. So I want to give an unwavering commitment to every teacher out there that I will not endorse or stand over proposals that actually criminalise them for taking industrial action to seek better conditions for themselves and their colleagues.
Mr. Shane.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer there.
Does the First Minister believe that rather than undermining workers' rights, we should be working to support workers and to avoid circumstances where teachers and others feel the need to engage in industrial action?
First Minister.
Yes, I do, and I think instead of criminalising workers, we should, or workers and teachers in the previous question, we need to do all that we can to support them to do the incredible job that they do, and that's why I very much welcome the protection for workers' rights that the Economy Minister will bring forward shortly, the legislation that we'll all have a chance to debate and discuss and hopefully agree. But that legislation is the most progressive piece of workers' rights legislation that we've ever seen. It's an opportunity for us actually to put money into the pockets of workers in terms of giving them protection in law for their conditions that they work under. So this is about very much supporting workers' families and to protect the rights of trade unions as well, to support those workers. So I think that's an incredible opportunity. It's something that we can do in a real practical sense to make a difference to all those out there, and I encourage all parties in the Assembly to engage in that legislation and to be part of shaping what can be the most progressive piece of legislation. We can see an end to exploitative zero-hour contracts. We can see stronger rights for trade unions. We can see paid leave for neonatal care, among other progressive measures. So I think this is something that we should all work together on. It'll really make a difference to people's lives.
Good, Nicole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the First Minister, in some of the discussions about the upcoming UK budget, there's been a discussion around an artificial intelligence regulatory goods and regulatory advisor role for Northern Ireland. Have you had any briefings on this? Can you provide any clarity about this proposed role?
Sorry, no, I can't actually, but I'm happy to go off and talk to officials in case there's been official level engagement. But no, it's not been brought to our attention. But I think given the enhanced role of AI in everything we do in life, we need to have the right protections. There needs to be the right regulatory framework around that. So we would obviously have something to say about that. So I think as we see what comes later in the week in terms of the budget, which I hope is going to be more support for workers and families, what I hope it's going to be more support in terms of childcare. What I hope we're going to see is more in terms of the inheritance tax being dealt with. So I think that as we await the outcome of Wednesday, we've made our views known in terms of the budget itself, but in terms of the regulatory framework, we don't have that detail yet.
Ms. Nicholl.
Thank the First Minister. Just on the theme of budget and AI then, there's really great work that's happening with being led by Helen McCarthy. There's a view that Northern Ireland could be world leading in terms of ethical use of AI, but there needs to be a strategy brought forward with speed. Have you given any further consideration to increasing the allocation in the budget to this department, given the importance to our economy?
Okay, so we have to wait till we have our 3-year budget set later this year, and then we'll know what we're playing with in terms of our own departmental budget. But yes, we've identified the need for the AI strategy that's being actively developed, and I concur with you in terms of the role of our new Chief Scientific Advisor in Helen McCarthy and the work that she's doing. And a wide range of a team of people are actually helping her to develop that strategy, and we hope to be able to bring it to the Assembly very shortly in the near future. But in order to have a strategy, you have to be able to resource it to back it up, to make it practical. So that's definitely a conversation we'll be having as part of the budget discussions.
Ferguson.
Thank you. First Minister, last week 14 MEPs wrote to the President of the European Parliament calling for observer status for political representatives here in the North. Will the Minister join me in supporting these calls?
Yes, I do, and I think that whilst there probably isn't again an agreed position in this office on this, but from my perspective I absolutely agree with the initiative that was taken. I think that there's no escape in the reality that Brexit's been disastrous for us, and all we've faced from that time has been uncertainty and economic challenge and mitigation and further mitigation, and even today we're talking about more mitigation in terms of financial support for businesses. So this has been a hugely uncertain and challenging time. Many of us have worked to mitigate the worst excesses of Brexit, and without those efforts and mitigations we would obviously be much worse off. So I think our unique position with having access to both markets really does command that we actually have direct access to at an EU level. So I do really support that initiative, and I hope that we can continue to make the case that we have our voice heard in the European Parliament.
Mrs. Ferguson.
Thank you, First Minister. First Minister, the letter also noted that in the event of Irish unity, the North would automatically rejoin the EU. Does the First Minister believe granting observer status would help us better plan and prepare for the future? Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose as I do every day, everything I do is about trying to work to make people's lives better, and I also believe that there is a much brighter and better future ahead for all of us if we only can grasp that opportunity together. I think we've got so much untapped potential right across this island that can best be unlocked through constitutional change, and of course I see no contradiction in us delivering good public services, working together in this institution every day, whilst also having equally legitimate political aspirations for where we see ourselves in the future. So I really want us to embrace that, but I also think that we need to carefully plan for change. I think that's important, that people have the facts, that they have the information, that everybody knows that every vote will have an equal value, and I certainly think that the discussions and the preparations need to be had now in terms of constitutional change, and I think those discussions need to be had with an Irish government, with a British government, at an EU level. I think that is going to be important. So I do think that the observer status for Northern representatives would certainly assist in all of that. I think it would assist in terms of the planning and the preparation, and as I said, having our voices heard in Europe. Also, we know that rejoining the EU through constitutional change would open up many more doors for all of our people and could attract more investment, create more jobs, boost tourism and truly seize on our potential. So I think what we need to do is keep our eyes focused on an outward looking future, an inclusive future, a better future, and I think our voice being heard at the European level would be really crucial to shape that narrative as well.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you. And First Minister, it is astonishing that the Public Prosecution Service have said that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute the Sinn Féin employee who resigned from his employment with this Assembly after the damage caused to the portrait of former Lord Mayor Lord Brown at Belfast City Hall last November. In the interest of good relations, did the First Minister urge Sinn Féin MLAs, having knowledge of that event, to cooperate with the police investigation?
The matter that he refers to is a matter for the PPS to decide. I discharge my duties as responsibly as I always should, and if this was an issue for the PPS, they've made their final view known. You mightn't like the outcome, but the outcome is the outcome.
Mr Kingston.
Well, First Minister, I think there is a good relations angle to this and consequence of it. And indeed, the Junior Minister was present at the event. And given that the Sinn Féin Chief Whip is quoted in a witness statement as saying that the employee made no admission of being at the event, given that there were a large number of Sinn Féin members in attendance, as I say, including the Junior Minister, surely it is not credible for Sinn Féin to claim once again that they did not notice their former employee present there.
Mr Speaker, I'm sure we're not going to start dissecting the PPS outworkings of all cases and all decisions taken. They have made their view known. I have nothing further to add to it.
Okay, moving on to questions to the Minister of Health. Question 1 has been withdrawn. I call Mr Frew. Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Each trust will have its own operating model in how they manage patients with delirium, whether this be in the hospital, independent sector or intermediate care. It means trusts may not have specific designated delirium beds, but all will manage delirium patients or other patients with challenging behaviours. Those trusts which have confirmed they have specific delirium beds are Belfast, South Eastern and Northern. Belfast has a contract for 12, all allocated within an independent sector care home. These provide essential support for patients requiring specialist care in a non-acute setting. Moving to the South Eastern, they have 10 block-book delirium beds, also situated in an independent sector care home within its area. These beds are currently fully occupied, reflecting high demand. For the Northern Trust, there are 6 beds at residential level, located in the Roddens Residential Unit, which is a statutory facility. This ensures continuity of care for patients closer to home. The Southern and Western Trusts have advised they have no specific designated ring-fenced delirium beds. However, they manage delirium patients within their bed cohort.
Mr Frew.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Health Minister for answering a question that was put down as a written question and was to be answered on the 14th of April 2025. That in itself is a question in itself. But I will ask the Health Minister, given the fact that there could be hundreds of people a year contracting delirium, with only 28 beds, only 6 within the NHS, how does this impact on waiting times in other wards, and how can the Minister be sure that people are being diagnosed correctly and receiving the appropriate pathway to care with regards to delirium or some of the other long-term conditions like Alzheimer's and the like?
Minister.
Well, first of all, I absolutely apologise to Mr Frew for the fact that the question was not answered in a timely manner. It is a fact that my department, I think, conducts something like 30% of all communications for all of the executive departments, so there is a lot of pressure on, and mistakes may be made, but that maybe explains, but it certainly doesn't excuse. In terms of diagnosis, I have to say to the member, I have every confidence in the clinicians and the specialists and the workforce who are conducting those diagnoses of patients. The shortage of beds is of course a concern to me, but that plays into the wider concern in terms of capacity gap compared to demand for health and social care services.
Danny Donnelly.
Thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister whether his department has assessed whether the current delirium provision meets projected demand for an ageing population, and what changes are planned to address any gaps?
Well, I thank the member for the question. Work is always ongoing in trying to not only assess current demand but predict how that demand is going to go, and the answer tends to be it's going to go up. That it is in with a broader area of mental health challenges. Delirium, as the member I'm sure is aware, is a very specific disturbance of brain function. It's a state of sudden confusion and change in a person's behaviour and alertness, and that poses particular risks not only for the patient but perhaps those around them. So I would just assure the member it is very much on our list of areas to be mindful of and to make sure that in terms of planning for capacity in the future, it's in there in a mix, as it were.
Anne Armstrong.
And thank the Minister for his responses so far. Minister, how does the Department ensure quality of care in the independent sector where delirium beds are contracted to?
I thank the member for her question, and obviously that would be an area of concern, particularly for the loved ones of people who are suffering from delirium. They might well have a preference for their loved one to be treated within the HSC rather than the independent sector. But I would reassure you that the Department does require very strict adherence to contractual standards, and that includes compliance with the RQIA, the Regulation and Quality Improvement Authority. They set guidelines or regular audits, and there's regular monitoring. Patient safety and continuity of care remain absolutely paramount.
Minister, as delirium is often found in patients aged 65 plus, has consideration been given to extending the mental health liaison service to those in that age group and those particular trusts where presently the service is only available to those from 18 to 64?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for the question. I was aware that age is a factor in terms of the prevalence of delirium. The exact request that he is making is one I'm more than happy to take away.
Minister, workers on the front line are telling me there aren't adequate delirium beds for the level of need, with only 6 beds in the Northern Trust. People are having to wait in acute hospitals for a considerable length of time before getting an appropriate bed to meet their needs. As our population ages, the pressures in this area will indeed continue to grow. Minister, in your opinion, does the current number of beds meet the current needs of patients, or what will you do in the short term to address this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have to say the short answer is no. The number of beds is not sufficient to meet demand, but I have to say to the member respectfully, that is likely to be the case right across acute beds, right across all our health and social care trusts. The pressure has been on for a very considerable amount of time. It remains on 24/7, 365. It gets worse, and it gets steeper, and it gets deeper. And the demands on the workforce continue to rise. And I'm concerned about all of these things. But there's only so much you can do because there is a finite budget. And it is a very large budget, and executive members tell me all the time, I have just over 50% of the entire executive budget. I would prefer to look at these things in terms of objective, assess need. And if you do that, you would say you need more delirium beds and you need more workforce who can specialise in this area.
Mr. Kingston's not in his place. I call Ms McElveen.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
I agree there is great benefit to early diagnosis for dementia. My department has been leading on work aiming to reduce the current waiting list. We've identified a number of system-wide measures which could help reduce delays. Each trust have sought to improve the current position through initiatives such as extra memory clinics and completing clinical validation exercises to ensure that the current waiting lists are as accurate as possible. In addition to this, there's been a sharpened focus on the education and recruitment of advanced practitioners into memory services to develop a multidisciplinary team approach, and that has been evidenced to aid with diagnosis. The Western and Northern Trusts have both employed an advanced nurse practitioner within their memory services. Furthermore, my officials advise active recruitment is being undertaken by those trusts facing particular challenges, especially vacant posts in old age psychiatry, which contribute to a capacity gap between the number of people on the waiting list and the number of people who can be seen at clinics.
Ms McElveen.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Can I ask the Minister if he will commit to the gathering of sufficient data dementia diagnosis rates at a local level to enable comparison of dementia diagnosis across the United Kingdom as a first step to enabling an action plan to address what has become a postcode lottery of diagnosis in Northern Ireland, as well as attempting to improve our estimated diagnosis rate, which is around 55%?
I thank the member. The Regional Dementia Care Pathway sets out a vision for high-quality dementia services in a standardised, regionalised manner, emphasising early diagnosis, the development and introduction of resources including easy-read guides and the Apps for Dementia library for self-care and daily living support, have also sought to augment and support the guidance on offer to people with dementia and their families. The introduction of Encompass, which, as the member knows, is now live in all 5 geographic trusts as of the 8th of May last, means that our ability to trap data which will allow for population health interventions is unprecedented. It has never been before, and I very much look forward to tapping into that resource for the benefit of this cohort.
Sharon.
And I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, could you outline how the winter preparedness plan ensures that people who are living with dementia have a very clear pathway going forward to avoid unnecessary hospital placements?
Minister. Well, thank the member for her question, and obviously there's huge concern, not least in this House, about winter preparedness and the additional winter demands that are going to come on the health and social care service. I would have thought my primary concern, and where I've asked for focus, is when people with dementia are presenting to emergency departments, because as the member will be aware, these are very bright areas and they can be very noisy areas, so it can be very disconcerting for somebody who's suffering that sort of mental rapid condition. As I said, it comes on very rapidly, and that is not an ideal environment for them. But I would like to assure the member that the workforce is very aware of these issues and will find whatever workaround they possibly can to deal with them.
Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, given the clear benefits of early diagnosis, will you commit to setting a target by which no patient will wait more than 12 weeks for a dementia assessment, or can you detail further some of the current waiting lists in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member. The current national target rate for diagnosis of dementia is 66.7%. Northern Ireland currently has a rate of 62%. So we reckon there are about 25,000 people living with dementia in Northern Ireland. In 2024, it was reported that 13,900 had a diagnosis. That was from NISRA, the Statistics and Research Agency. So the regional ministerial target for memory services, individuals should have access to the service within 9 weeks from referral. That doesn't include waiting times to diagnosis. The Regional Dementia Encompass Group are currently validating the data for this ministerial target onto the System Oversight Measures Group. The key objective is to focus how to standardise and streamline data reporting across the region, because that's the way to shape service improvements and assist with future commissioning. And within that context, a priority will be assigned to reporting on the waiting times that people are having to endure before they get to be seen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, please.
The reset plan published on the 9th of July this year is very clear. Transformation cannot simply be expanding hospital capacity. It has to mean changing how we deliver care, keeping people well for longer and supporting them in their own communities. In other words, getting health and social care as close to people's front door as possible. Prevention and community care are at the heart of the reset plan. 2 of the 7 strategic priorities are prevention and seeing the citizen as an asset, and secondly, investing in primary, community and social care. We're taking a whole system approach, by which I mean working with housing, with education and with the voluntary sector to tackle those wider health determinants and not just the symptoms that appear in hospitals. Prevention strategies like Live Better will enable people to take charge of their own well-being, and we're currently exploring a new initiative which we're calling This Is Our Health. In that, we want to create a public dialogue to encourage and empower the public to work with us as partners in managing their own health. And by March of next year, we'll have developed a neighbourhood model for primary, community and social care. We hope to start that on the 1st of April, but I should emphasise it will be a 5 to 10-year plan.
Mr. Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer, and it's good to hear that whole system approach. But could I ask the Minister, community care is a critical component of our wider health and social care system. How are you seeking to ensure that social care will be better integrated to support people in their homes?
I thank the member. That's because I want to put an emphasis on community-based social care. It has to be a core pillar of this neighbourhood model. If we do it, it will ensure people can live independently in their own homes for as long as possible, and to do that we have to tailor support to their needs. Social care teams will work with the GPs, with mental health services and the voluntary and community sector to enable care partnerships to be built and to reduce avoidable admissions to hospitals or longer-term care. My department is taking a range of steps to ensure social care has the capacity it needs. The neighbourhood model will directly support social care by embedding it within local multidisciplinary teams, shared planning and better coordination between health and social care professionals. The Reset Plan commits to improving information sharing, aligning care pathways and strengthening local partnerships so that people experience a seamless service.
Minister, how will you address the crisis in recruitment and retention within the independent community care sector and constituencies like my own, West Tyrone, which is of a highly rural nature?
Well, obviously, to make it a more attractive profession, you need to be paying the right salary. And again, I regret that I'm not in a position to move as quickly to the real living wage as I wanted to do. But it's also about the conditions in which people are working, the respect with which we show these people, and the idea that there is perhaps for those who wanted a career progression. And my department is in the process of finalising a 10-year strategic plan, and associated with that will be a 3-year delivery plan, drawing heavily on the recommendations of the Power to People report published back in 2017 and the subsequent consultation on the reform of adult social care which took place in January 22. The plans will prioritise a preventative approach to care and support, and the aim will be improving individual well-being, reducing the need for formal care, but also utilising community assets to achieve a more person-centred, sustainable social care system, and the hope would be that would be a much more satisfying way of doing business for the workforce.
Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And we did have a very helpful session on this with you in the Health Committee last week. But you're aware that transformation is also about transformation of hospitals, and you launched the Hospital Network consultation in October last year. And so far, we have not heard the outcome of that consultation. Can you advise the House when we will hear the outcome of the consultation and perhaps a little taster of some of the actions that might come from it?
Minister.
Well, I think we've got a two-part question there, and part two is certainly one I would have asked if I was her, but not one I would have answered if I am me, and I am me. So, yes, we have been taking a degree of time about this concept, and I think we are right to, because it is in its own right a very radical proposal, as I've said often in this House. I'm as guilty as anybody in wishing my local health and social care facility to provide every service and procedure that I may wish to avail of as a patient or a service user, and that simply isn't going to be possible. You cannot have an acute hospital at the end of every street. And so, once again, it is about, first of all, convincing the public of the concept that if they need a procedure, even if their local facility may do it, there may be somewhere else, some distance away, which has become a specialist area for that. And so it is absolutely in their best interests to travel. I know it is slow, and I could share the members' frustration, I guess, but actually it's really important to bring people with us. And what I would suggest to the members, you will see real movement in calendar year 2026.
Nick Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, what performance indicators will the Department adopt to demonstrate how transformation work is delivering tangible change rather than just stabilising a crisis?
Sorry, the member's talking about tangible measures for how transformation works. Well, we already do, because we have done quite a bit of transformation in terms of a primary level, multidisciplinary teams which are being rolled out, and I'm very grateful to the Executive and the Transformation Board for the 61 million, which will enable Phase 2 over the next 4 years. So you get measures there in terms of the number of people who have accessed those MDTs. We have introduced rapid diagnostic centres for vague symptoms of cancer, both Whitehappy and Dungannon in the South Tyrone Regional. Again, the statistics come through for the number of patients who go through those processes. We have elective overnight stay centres. Again, the stats are there. And we have day procedure centres in places like Lagan Valley. And once again, the stats are there. So I don't want to be judged by saying, well, we have introduced rapid diagnostic centres, therefore that is a tick. It's a question of saying we have introduced rapid diagnostic centres and the outcomes have been X, Y and Z. And I think those outcomes are there to be assessed.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, further to that, indeed further to a lot of what we've talked about today, we've had the worst recently in terms of planning. We've now got, although we all want to see staff paid more, we've now got basically an overspend going into next year. This year we have the multi-year budget. We hope a once, almost in a generation opportunity to plan for and budget for change. Am I to understand that you are working with the Finance Minister so that we're going to have a multi-year budget next to health transformation? Will the public be able to see the type of resource that you and the Finance Minister are going to devote to sorting out our health system by the end of this year?
Well, first of all, I'm very grateful. I didn't hear or see the Minister on the BBC at the weekend, but I'm very grateful for his comments with regard to the savings that my department has managed to achieve. As I've said before, they are unprecedented in scale. I do very much look forward to a multi-year budget, not just because it provides a degree of certainty, as a member will be aware, but that certainty, I believe, can be used to be transformative in its own right. And that's where my focus is at the moment. Just for clarity, once we know what our budget is for next year, the first action will be to ring fence for pay, because I don't want what has happened this year and what happened last year and what has happened in previous years to ever happen again. And I believe if I do that this year, and if God spares me, I do it this time next year, then I will have set a precedent that no future health minister will feel other than compelled to follow into future years. After the pay comes the transformation. Because you can spend money on waiting lists, and it's right that we are bringing them down, but if that's all you do, then once the money's spent, the lists go back up again. So we have to do the transformation in tandem with tackling the lists.
As a friend of mine says, as a comma, not a full stop. Sinead McLaughlin.
Question 6, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An independent review into children's social care services was completed by Professor Ray Jones in June of 2023, and that included commentary in relation to family courts and social workers' engagements with those courts. Now, work is being undertaken to address the issues identified in the independent review and respond to the recommendations made by Ray Jones. The management and determination of individual cases brought before the family court system is primarily a matter for the judiciary, because of course they're completely independent of government. However, I have recently received correspondence from and met with individuals who have drawn to my attention issues and concerns related to their reported experience of engagements with social workers and court guardians who provide reports to the family court system to assist the judiciary with their deliberations. The member is aware because she was in the room, and we have action points arising.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you again for taking the time to meet with my constituents and to hear just how serious and distressing their experiences have been with social services. Given the gravity of what you heard and your confirmation today that a review will now take place, can you outline when you expect that review to begin, what timeline you envisage for completion, and when families, more importantly, can expect to see meaningful change as a result?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I hope the members are aware from recent comments that I've made in this chamber, I'm reluctant to start putting timelines because it seems to me that we are not world leaders in this department and in matching up to the timelines that we set. But it was very, very useful to me to meet those individuals with those lived experiences of private law proceedings, and also their engagement with social workers and with court guardians. And some of it was not easy to listen to, but it's a lot easier to listen to it than to experience it and to go through it. So I've asked officials to provide me with advice. I've also asked for some options as how we could deal with these concerns. And once I get that advice, I'm going to think about how best these reports to family courts could be improved, because I do believe now they do need to be improved, and how the experiences of the sort of people I met with you and the involvement of court guardians in such court proceedings can also be improved. I'm going to stop short of saying it's going to be by such and such a month, but it's on the radar and I will not let it drop off.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, just in relation to that specific issue around the reports, what engagement have you had with the Justice Minister around conversations with the judiciary? Because very often the judiciary are directing social workers only to look at one element of a child's life. That is not satisfactory in terms of determining a child's entire future and the future of that child's family with them.
Well, I would say to the member, this was the first time that this issue has been put firmly on my radar. And so step one was to have the meeting and listen to the lived experiences. I've just outlined step two is to ask officials to take a look and come to me with some options. I think once I've got those options, that would be the appropriate time to reach out to the Minister for Justice, because this is very much in that Minister's bailiwick. But we work collaboratively as ministers and departments all the time, and it's the right thing to do. As I often say, there's very little one minister can achieve that we want to achieve as an Assembly and as an Executive. So I will be reaching out to the Minister once I have had the options paper from my officials.
McAllister.
far. I think it is important to have that review and options for people who have had a negative experience. But sitting alongside that family court system and the issue of social workers is the Gateway team, and the Minister will be aware that across the Trust there's a disparity between transfer from the Gateway team to the day-to-day children's and family social services. Can the Minister confirm whether capacity is going to be increased with a number of social workers, or those in the multidisciplinary team that Ray Jones had advocated for in the next year, so that we can see those weights go down?
Thank the member for her question. Well, I can confirm that the majority of the recommendations in the Ray Jones report have been or are being implemented. She will be aware some are cross-cutting, not least with regards to his proposal for an arm's-length body. But the Minister for Justice and I are pressing ahead. I think the Ray Jones preference was to include the Department of Education. That's not going to happen, certainly in the foreseeable future. So we are pressing ahead with that. But in terms of making specific promises or commitments to increase capacity, I cannot do that at this stage because I don't yet know what my budget is going to be for next year. I've outlined the top two priorities. Once we know what the budget is and what we need to commit to those top two priorities, then we look at everything else, and I hope the member recognises that as the only sensible way to proceed.
Question
number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The South Eastern Trust remains fully committed to the installation of a new MRI scanner at the Down Hospital. This continues to be regarded as a capital priority for the organisation. It will significantly improve diagnostic capacity, and ensure timely access to high-quality imaging services for patients in that area. In preparation, the Trust has commenced work on a detailed business case that includes initial design work to enable rapid progress once funding is confirmed. I am committed to further progressing work across imaging services as soon as possible within the current financial climate. I would like the Imaging Academy. In December 24, I published a 3-year plan which recognised diagnostic capacity as a fundamental enabler of the 3 pillars of HSC, namely stabilisation, transformation and delivery.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what the Minister said about the development of this plan. It will save people having to travel great distances, especially if they are in conditions that mean travelling is difficult, and there is a need for this service. But we've been hearing about it for years and years. Would you have any timescale at all as to when this capital investment can be made so that the people of the east coast of Down and Lakeal area can have that service and not have to travel for it?
Well, first of all, I understand you've been hearing about it, A few days ago, I was up in Coleraine, and I was officially opening an MRI scanner in the Causeway Hospital. So sometimes things that have been talked about actually happen. And it's great. And now people won't have to travel from Coleraine to Antrim to get their MRI scans. I could try and tell you that capital projects of this scale and complexity require extensive planning, detailed design work and multiple layers of approval before implementation can begin. All I can say to you is I will try and deliver it for you as soon as I can.
Wigan. Just following on from the previous question, I hope the people of Southdown do eventually get the good news that the people in the Northern Trust have got just recently. I was going to highlight the fact that you opened the new scanner in the Causeway Hospital. I think it'll stop 655 patients a year having to go to Antrim. On the Auditor General's report, Minister, earlier in the year, it produced a kind of devastating report on the state of CT scans, MRI scanners, scanning equipment in general across the north. Can you provide any update on investment on scans across hospitals across the north?
Minister. Well, I can say to him that this issue is relatively fresh to me. And of real concern, because if the equipment isn't there, then we have a very serious issue. What I can say is from 21-22 to the current year, more than 40 million of capital funding was prioritised for replacement imaging and diagnostics equipment and related enabling works across the whole of the HSE sector. Additional projects identified by the capital subgroup of the Regional Medical Imaging Board have been bid for as part of the Budget 2026 process, and that includes the MRI scanner for the Down Hospital.
Moving to topicals, Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, all eyes are going to be on this week's budget in London. But with over half of the budget here being spent on health, and already we now see that 100 million has to be taken from next year's budget in order to pay our beleaguered staff what they are owed. What will you have to cut from next year's budget in order to pay for those?
Well, I understand the question from the member, but first of all, can I say we don't know what's in the budget, and we will find out on Wednesday. And then I think we will move rapidly, led by the Minister of Finance, to assess the implications for the budget for the Northern Ireland Executive. Now, in terms of the pay pressures and what the member is saying about next year's budget, to be very clear, I have not asked the Executive to overspend and dip into next year's budget. What I've asked is them to endorse the ministerial direction I gave some months ago to pay the health workforce. And that is happening. And that creates a pressure of £208.7 million, I believe. Let's call it 209. And I'm being promised up to 100 million from December monitoring, up to. That leaves potentially at least 109 million to be found. We have not finished trying to find savings this year. We will continue and continue until the 31st of March to try and find savings. But it is reasonable to assume when we get to the 31st of March, we will not have balanced our budget. And that is a very serious thing. And I never wanted to stand here as a minister and preside over a budget that was broken. But it's better that we pay the doctors, the nurses, the allied health professionals, the workforce. And that's what we're doing.
McGrath.
Thank you. And absolutely we need to pay our staff. But if the budget books aren't balanced, if we've had to slash the money that was being made available for waiting lists to deal with that, and we go into next year's budget with trusts that have pared right back to the bone and will probably struggle to find any more savings, how perilous is our health service?
It would be perilous if we don't reform. And the determination of myself and the Permanent Secretary is to finally begin that long-awaited, almost fabled shift left. And we are now engaging with stakeholders. Earlier today, I met the Eastern Federation, which, as you know, is a group overseeing a large number of GP practices. That's the third of such meetings that I have had. I think there is an appetite there for going to that neighbourhood model. And if you go to the neighbourhood model, then you're putting a focus on prevention to keep people healthy and early intervention when they start to get sick. And if you can do that effectively, then the number of high-cost procedures being carried out in our acute hospitals should start to come down. And as they come down, that releases money and that starts a flow. So I share the members' concern about next year's budget, but we don't yet know where we're going to end up this year. We don't yet know what next year's budget is going to be, and we don't yet know how quickly we'll be able to roll out the neighbourhood model. But I hope everybody's on the starting line for the 1st of April. For some, and for some processes, it'll be a question of a 100-metre sprint. Others will be doing the 5K, some will be doing 10K. Who knows, some might even be doing the marathon to get there.
Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in your previous answer, you said that our staff, our healthcare staff, are important, and you named nurses and doctors and healthcare workers. So too are important, and you do agree, which I'm sure you will say again, is that domiciliary care workers, home care providers, are also essential to the running of our health service, but you did make the decision not to give them a living wage. So can I ask today around clarity on the percentage or number of independent home care providers who will not be receiving that living wage?
Well, I have said I am no longer able to fulfil my commitment to provide the real living wage from the 1st of September last. I remain committed to providing the real living wage as soon as possible. And there's no point in me saying, here's a new date, because who would believe it when the last date was broken into. Now, I have had several briefings, and I have heard Ms Shepherd from the independent healthcare providers contest what I told the committee last week. So I have asked for a solid report, and I've also invited Gillian Shepherd in to discuss it with me, which will happen on Wednesday.
Ms McAllister.
I do welcome the Minister for being transparent, and that you have asked for a report into that issue. Last week at Health Committee you said there was 70% were already in receipt of the real living wage. We have now heard through the media that it's over 80% who were not in receipt of the real living wage. So the question now stands is, did you make the decision based on knowledge of those facts, or from what you said at committee last week, that you weren't actually aware that 70% were already getting the living wage when you made the decision then not to pursue the living wage from September?
I made the decision to offer the real living wage from the 1st of December quite some months ago. It was on foot of some discussions with officials. In fact, it's so long ago, I think Peter May was the Permanent Secretary at the time, so it is a while ago. I wanted to do it, and I was told at the time it was possible. I think at that time we were projecting pay awards of 2.8%, and of course they turned out to be 3.6% and 4%, and I think that played into the unaffordability of going for the real living wage from the 1st of September. At the time that I committed to the real living wage, I was unaware of what percentage, if any, of what percentage of social care staff were being paid the real living wage by their employers.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, only 33% of cancer patients has treatment started within the 62-day target time. So my question based on that is, will the Minister introduce a specific action plan designed to stabilise cancer waiting times?
Minister.
I think the short answer to that is yes. I mean, it is a matter of huge regret to me that this is happening, because it obviously impacts outcomes for patients. And when I first stood in this House, I said cancer, along with mental health and a couple of other issues, were going to be my main areas of focus during my time as Minister. Now, the member will know we have moved to that regional booking slot for assessments, which does introduce a regional standardised service, which is far too slow, and that point has been made forcefully by members in this House, and I accept it, but we are bringing it down, and we will continue to bring it down. And the next phase is about diagnosis and treatment, and trying to get a lot closer to that 62-day target. And I am talking to experts in that field, and they are coming up with really interesting and solid ideas.
Mr. Buchanan. So far, Minister, back in May, I think it was May in 25, you initiated the regional breast cancer assessment to reduce times there. When do you envisage that will meet the 14-day target? Sir.
Well, I can understand why the member would want to have a date. I can't give him a date because these things are dependent on a huge number of factors. And when I say they're dependent on the workforce, it's not about productivity. It's about workforce staying healthy. It's about workforce perhaps going off on maternity leave. So there are factors which are beyond the control of the department or indeed any of the 5 geographically defined health and care trusts. But let me assure the member, there's no lack of effort from the workforce, there's no lack of focus from the trusts, and there's no lack of determination from the Minister.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister provide an update on the repurposing of Redwood Children's Home for longer-term placements for young people with learning disabilities?
Redwood, as I understand it, the issue, the member will keep me right here, was with the staircase. So I'm not actually aware of the current position with regard to whether the works have been completed. Just as a general point, the member, I'm sure, is aware that these institutions, these buildings, the use is really fragile. One unexpected young person with severe learning difficulties appears in an unplanned way from our point of view, and that can have a profound effect across our ability to provide residential and short break care right across the piece.
Mr. Matheson.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I don't dispute the fragility of those services. My understanding is that Redwood was due to be ready for use in September. That was the target that had previously been suggested by your department. Would the Minister agree with me that when families who desperately need this provision, when they see those deadlines pass, that it erodes trust and it erodes hope? And what commitment can he give to the Assembly today that this will now be delivered without any further delay?
Well, I can certainly agree with the first half, because I have met some of the mothers, and particularly the mothers, on a not infrequent basis, certainly more than once. And I get it. And I also get their frustration that there is money available for short breaks, which is resource for us, so it can't be used for capital. And quite rightly, they don't understand that, because their mums are running a household. They have money, and they make choices with that money. And maybe they decide, I'm not going to spend so much on food this week because I need the money for my children's clothing or for school uniforms. So they don't have these solid walls between food, electricity, heating, clothing, transport. But we tend to do between capital and resource. And I think that is very much part of the frustration which I have discussed in some detail with them.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what his department is doing to raise awareness of and support earlier presentation among women who are at risk from specifically ovarian cancer?
Yes, well, this would fall to the Public Health Agency, and I would assure the member that the Public Health Agency is particularly aware of this issue and the fact that there is this false belief among many, perhaps, that a test for cervical cancer will reveal ovarian cancer, which it does not. The one thing that the PHA is not doing at the moment is paid for advertising, and that is a reflection of the tightness in terms of the Department of Health's budget.
Mr. Martin.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, my constituent, Stephen McCormick, tragically lost his beloved wife, Julie, to ovarian cancer. It took 2.5 years to diagnose that her symptoms were due to that, and she died within 1 year of diagnosis. However, once diagnosed, the service was absolutely exceptional. Ovarian cancer charities and survivors have highlighted delays in diagnosis and limited public awareness. To address delays, what consideration have you, Minister, made to shortening that diagnostic pathway for ovarian cancer?
Well, as a general rule, I would say to the member, I have asked officials to shorten every pathway to diagnosis and to treatment. And may I pay tribute to Mr. McCormick, who is certainly on my social media on a daily basis and is very welcome to use my social media to try and raise awareness. And I'm very sorry that he lost his wife. And that is a common theme. Once you get into the health and social care service, you receive first class treatment. So please do not be saying that the health and social care system is broken. But what is badly, badly damaged are the pathways in which you access that world-class treatment. And that will remain a focus of mine until I am no longer the Minister of Health.
Thank you. That concludes time for questions to the Minister of Health. Timothy Gaston has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Education. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Education, in light of the Supreme Court judgment in the matter of an application by JR 87 and another for judicial review (appellant), to outline the action he will take to protect the Christian ethos of schools and ensure that every child continues to receive instruction rooted in the Christian faith.
Minister.
Speaker, last week the UK Supreme Court delivered a significant legal decision in regard to religious education and collective worship in Northern Ireland. I will consider the judgment in full before determining any essential remedies that both respect the law and safeguard the role of religion in education. The judgment focuses on both religious education taught as part of the school curriculum and collective worship held in schools, mainly through assemblies and services. The court held that the arrangements for religious education and collective worship in this case breached European Convention rights. It further determined that the core syllabus for religious education does not provide teaching in an objective, critical and pluralist manner, and that collective worship is similarly not conveyed in such a way. However, the court did not strike down the existing legislation. Both religious education and collective worship can and legally is required to continue in schools. Indeed, there is a legal obligation that they must continue. Article 21(2) of the Education and Libraries Northern Ireland Order of 1986 provides, in a controlled school other than a controlled integrated school, the religious education required by paragraph 1 shall be undenominational religious education, that is to say, education based upon the Holy Scriptures, according to some authoritative version or versions thereof, but excluding education as to any tenet distinctive of any particular religious denomination, and the collective worship required by paragraph 1 in any such school shall not be distinctive on any particular religious denomination. The case is not about whether Christianity should be the main or primary faith that pupils learn about in schools in Northern Ireland. Historically and today, Christianity is the main religion in Northern Ireland. Furthermore, the court has explained that it is within the department's margin of appreciation in planning and setting the curriculum for the greater part of religious education to focus on knowledge of Christianity. This is a complex judgment that cannot be ignored, but it is important to fully understand the issues before acting. I have requested further legal advice to understand the full implications of the judgment and will issue comprehensive guidance to schools on both issues in the coming weeks to ensure consistency and legal compliance. And I will be writing to schools within the next few days in relation to this matter.
Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his clear answer that he has set out before the House this evening. Minister, do you agree with me that this judgment is a clear case of judicial overreach, and then there are numerous countries in the ECHR whose RE curriculum is expressly Christian, such as Poland? Regardless of precedents, would the Minister also agree with me that this is another good reason why the whole of the UK should quit the ECHR?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously I'll respect the outcome of the decision that was taken by the UK Supreme Court. It was a different one that was taken, obviously, by the Court of Appeal. However, the Supreme Court is exactly that. It is the Supreme Court. The member rightly makes a point around the wider European Convention of Human Rights and the implications as a result of this. It would be interesting, though, had this case went to the European Court of Human Rights, what the outcome would have been, having looked at some other European countries in the way in which they operate. I think we could draw parallels from other European countries that would be in defence of the system that we have here in Northern Ireland. But nevertheless, I will work through what is a complex judgment, but I have clearly articulated that the underpinning legislation was not struck down as a result of this judgment. I've outlined the basis upon which the law exists in Northern Ireland, and I'll seek to provide a remedy to the court judgment, but that will be in line with the law. And it's also important to make the case that it is as a result of devolution that I am able to deal with this. Imagine had this been a direct rule minister, or indeed somebody else from another political party in this chamber, but it's not. It's a Democratic Unionist minister that will be responding to this judgment and ensuring that our Christian ethos in our schools is maintained.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will raise an issue that's difficult, but I'll try and do it in a sensitive way and is no way prejudicial to the vast majority of people who follow the Islam faith. There has been examples of Islamic preachers who have preached hatred and extremism, or the subservience of women over under men. Will there be any steps taken to ensure that any religion coming into our schools and being preached by someone or explained to our pupils is not inconsistent with our values, that women are not subservient to men and have full equal rights in our society?
Well, in terms of the way in which we'll approach this, there will be a responsibility to look at the core syllabus when it comes to religious education in the curriculum, and that responsibility rests on me to establish the appropriate panel where there are persons of interest related to religious education. That historically has been the four main denominations, 3 Protestant, 1 Catholic. So I'll get advice from my department in due course and move forward with appointing an appropriate body that will look at the curriculum, and that will then be subject to public consultation, and then I'll lay an order in respect of the process around what the curriculum looks like. But when it comes to collective worship, and again the judgment was quite clear on this, it is clear that Christianity can and will continue to be the primary religion in terms of how that shapes the ethos of our schools. There is an issue around the inspectorate, which I think is a valid one, about how do we inspect the curriculum in terms of what's being taught, and also in terms of how collective worship operates. And that's something that, again, I'll take advice from officials as to how we can seek to enhance the inspection process. But the example that the member has highlighted, I cannot envisage how that could happen in Northern Ireland. Certainly it wouldn't be something that I would be supportive of, nor do I think there would be schools that would be supportive of it. But this judgment does not create the opportunity for that, and I think it's important to state that there are those who have sought to frame this judgment in a way that suits their own particular objective, and that is often from an overtly hostile position towards the Christian ethos.
Gail McIlvaine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response so far. Parents, teachers and governors are naturally concerned by the judgment and obviously the contribution by the Alliance Party's Chair of the Education Committee, who seemed to suggest that witchcraft and paganism could be taught in our schools, was very unhelpful. Can I ask the Minister for his thoughts on this and to outline the role of the Department in the creation of a new curriculum?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is right, and hopefully no one will seek to cast a spell on me in this chamber from some of the benches. But actually, if they want to refer to what was said on the Nolan programme, and I have the quotes, I may do so in the course of these exchanges. But quite clearly, when asked about witchcraft and paganism, the chairman of the Education Committee did not rule that out in response. So I can understand why the Deputy Leader of the Alliance Party wants to laugh it off. It's no laughing matter. It's no laughing matter for a lot of the parents in Northern Ireland that is something that the Alliance Party aren't able to rule out. And I think it shows the underlying hostility that exists towards that Christian ethos within our schools. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the role of the Department in creation of the curriculum, this is set out clearly in Article 11 of the Education Order in 2006. It states in subparagraph 1, subject to paragraph 2, the Department may by order specify a core syllabus for the teaching of religious education in grant-aided schools. However, Article 11.2 includes a requirement that the syllabus was prepared by a group of persons appearing to the Department to be persons having an interest in the teaching of religious education in grant-aided schools. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will have to sign off on any syllabus before it becomes law, and I will be appointing the appropriate persons who have an interest in the teaching of religious education, and they will carry out the work of reviewing the curriculum, and that will then be subject to a public consultation.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for anybody who has been kept awake at night worrying if the Alliance Party supports the teaching of witchcraft in RE or indeed in collective worship, I can clearly put it on the record that we do not, if that has been something causing you concern. But in terms of getting to the issue at hand, the Minister has already highlighted the role of the Inspectorate in RE and that they don't have a formal role in Northern Ireland. Given the attention now being placed on these issues, will the Minister commit to reviewing that anomaly and move us into a space where RE can be formally and routinely inspected in our schools?
I think it is helpful that we've been able to shine a light and on what the Alliance initial response was to this judgment. The Chairman of the Education Committee has now helpfully clarified that he does not want to have witchcraft or paganism being taught in our schools. I wish he had done so when asked by Stephen Nolan, do you think witchcraft should be taught in a school or not? Mr. Matheson, I'm not speaking to you as a theologian, and nor do I have any strongly held views around paganism or witchcraft. Oh, I'm glad now he has expressed a view which is strong, that he does not support witchcraft or paganism. I think we could have avoided some of the commentary then that took place had he been more clear in that particular programme. On the substantive point, when it comes to the Inspectorate, as the law currently pertains, the four main churches are involved in setting of the curriculum under the law. They're also responsible for carrying out inspection when it comes to the teaching of religious education in our schools. It's something that I am not convinced has been carried out over the years effectively. And I think that is an area which the court has drawn upon in terms of a more effective inspection process. What that would look like is something that I'll need to engage on, because obviously where the four main churches have a role in terms of the curriculum and will continue to do so, obviously there needs to be a role when it comes to how that inspection process would carry out. But I don't have a predetermined view as to how ETI, for example, could incorporate that work within its functions. That's something that I would need to look at, because the legislation currently doesn't allow for the ETI to carry out inspection of religious education because of the distinct way in which the law is framed in respect of the churches and their role in forming the curriculum and then inspecting on it. So that's something that I'll certainly be looking at over the course of the next weeks and months.
Matthew Mason.
Minister, there's obviously been a lot of coverage of this, but there has been no guidance from your department for schools and for Board of Governors. Will you give them the guidance that they need to ensure that they are complying with this legal ruling and give them the confidence that they're doing things right?
Yes, I will. I intend to write to school leaders within the next number of days in terms of the next steps. I think the courts will be understanding that it would be reasonable for us to be able to fully assess how we can comply and provide a remedy to this judgment. That is something that I have sought further legal advice on, and we're working through the various different remedies that may be reflective of the changes that could be necessary. What I have made clear, though, is the law has not been struck down. It is still there. That pertains to the current teaching of the curriculum and also when it comes to collective worship. Indeed, it would be unlawful for any school to stop collective worship as a result of this UK Supreme Court, because the law hasn't been struck down. And therefore, schools should continue with their practice that's currently in place. But obviously, we are going to be working through the various outworkings of the judgment, and I'll provide guidance to schools within a number of weeks. I intend to give them a clear view on this within the next number of days, but that will be followed with guidance. But when it comes to the broader piece around the curriculum, and I do intend to take forward a review of the curriculum in line with the judgment when it comes to RE, that will take a number of months before you would be able to have the body set up, work carried out to review it, a framework in place around religious education curriculum, and then you'll want to carry out a public consultation so that you get views being expressed by everyone in society, including those who are hostile towards religious education. They should be able to engage in that public consultation. That ultimately will come back to the department before I would sign off on the legislative approach, which is by way of an order around the syllabus.
Minister, I've engaged with parents with a faith, without a faith, and it's clear that it's not impossible to ensure our curriculum provides a balanced and inclusive education for all our children here, while also allowing schools to fulfil their Christian ethos where they have one. Will you commit today and henceforth to approaching this issue with pragmatism and with the common good in mind for all of our children?
Pragmatism, common good, yes, very much so. I have listened to the voices that have been expressed over the past week in respect of this issue. I understand that the judgment did relate to one specific school and the approach that they had taken by way of the ability to opt out and a withdrawal approach. I think we need to look at what is a meaningful withdrawal if parents choose that they don't want to have their children participating in collective worship. How do you then ensure that there is an effective withdrawal process for that? What the judgment, though, doesn't say is that you need to change the Christian approach towards collective worship. It doesn't say that. So we will look through all of this very much with a pragmatic view in terms of its approach. But what I would also say to members is this is something which a lot of the religious denominations have not reacted negatively per se to, that they welcome the opportunity to look at the curriculum. Indeed, in the UK Supreme Court, the the TRC, the representative body for a lot of the Protestant denominations, in their intervention said that they would welcome the opportunity to review the curriculum. I have listened to the Catholic Church, who have also said that they welcome the opportunity to engage in this process. But I've also listened to their voices, including today in the Irish News, when it comes to the Catholic Church, a very clear position that they believe they should be able to have their cultural Christian Catholic ethos retained, protected and promoted within the Catholic maintained sector. And I can understand that particular approach. It's in line with convention rights for parents to be able to bring their children up within the ethos of the school that they would wish them to do so. So all of these things are complex, but they do need to be handled sensitively, and I'll certainly do that.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all thank the Minister that he has made clear he will protect the Christian ethos of our schools in Northern Ireland, which in my view is a strength of our schools and not a weakness. He will know a number of principals are concerned about JR87. He's referenced the guidance that his department is going to issue. Can I ask the Minister, will that guidance cover both curriculum and collective worship aspects?
It will. So I'll write to schools within the next number of days. That should be imminent in terms of my sign-off on the letter that's going to go to schools. We will provide guidance. My intention is to do that before the end of this year, calendar year, by way of interim guidance as to the approaches that we should seek to take. But there is more work to be done in terms of the wider core syllabus when it comes to the curriculum around religious education. That will take more time for us to be able to do that in terms of the processes that need to be set up.
Michelle Guy.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, in your initial response to this judgment, for some reason you thought to define the Alliance Party's view instead of just focusing on the impact on schools. So for accuracy, my party is one which is made up of people of deep faith and those without, which is reflective of wider society in Northern Ireland today. We believe Christianity and religious education absolutely has a role in schools.
Ms. Guy,
but as this judgment says, this is the question
an opportunity for
now.
questions, not statements.
The question is coming now. But as this judgment says, it needs to be objective, critical and pluralistic, essentially welcoming to all children. Is this a vision for education in schools that the Minister disagrees with?
No.
Mr. Speaker, I've outlined the approach that we will take, and I think it's important again to make clear this judgment did not say that there should not be a Christian ethos within our schools. Indeed, what it did say was that it can and should continue to be the primary ethos within our schools. And it has been misrepresented by other organisations. Well, I'm pleased if the Alliance now are wanting to clarify their position. It shouldn't have led to the confusion around witchcraft and paganism for you to have to do it today. So, I think others will be able to draw their own conclusions as to where the Alliance Party now are when it comes to their social policies and their approaches to education. I know where the Alliance are on these particular issues, and I think the vast majority of people know where the Alliance Party sit on these issues. That's why whenever it comes to public commentary, we have different views being expressed by MLAs who want to be able to withdraw and give parents the right to withdraw from these different type of activities. Michelle Guy has made her point in respect of it. I've outlined how we will comply with the Supreme Court judgment in respect of the points that have been made, but it will be complied in line with the legislation, and the legislation was not struck down as a result of this court judgment.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, some schools have been unsure in recent days of whether they are acting lawfully by continuing with school assemblies. Can you confirm that teachers can continue with assemblies and that they are within the law? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I very much can confirm that schools can continue with collective worship and their assemblies. Indeed, it would be unlawful for schools to stop collective worship and assemblies taking place because the law has not been struck down. So if there is any school that has been contemplating doing that, they shouldn't, because that would be unlawful and would rightly be challenged by any parents of that school if the school was to do so. And in the controlled sector in particular, there is legislative underpinning for collective worship, and there are distinct legal approaches around this. When it comes to CCMS, it is boards of governors who have greater responsibility when it comes to these matters. But whenever it comes to controlled schools, it is the legislation which underpins collective worship, not board of governors. They have to comply with the law in that respect. And I think there will be some parents who, now that this has been given greater public awareness, will be asking in some schools around how often collective worship actually does take place, and the nature of that collective worship, and does it reflect the legislative underpinning which ought to be from a Christian ethos. So I think these issues are being debated now much more widely within the public, and I think there will be a much greater interest now in terms of the way in which schools operate. What I would say as Education Minister to all of our schools is that you should be complying with the law, and the law is that collective worship should continue.
McAllister.
For his answers so far, Minister, I did welcome this judgment because my child's rights are just as equal value to your child's rights and anyone else's. Many faith groups have welcomed this judgment, and so too have those of no faith. Can the Minister confirm, now that this judgment is over, whether he will meet with those groups such as Parents for Inclusive Education to discuss and path the way forward for those voices to be included in this new guidance? And will the interim guidance also include the issue of opt-out not being sufficient for children, something which was heavily focused upon in this judgment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a parent's right to opt their child out of collective worship should not, nor will it, trump the rights of the overwhelming majority of parents to have their children engage in collective worship within a Christian ethos. So members and parents are entitled to their own individual position on this, but the judgment does not require that one's parents' rights to opt out should then mean that there is no form of collective worship from a Christian perspective in a school. So as I will take forward the approach on this, it is a matter for me in terms of appointing persons of interest that will look at this by way of reviewing the curriculum. They will carry out their work, and then there will be opportunity by way of public consultation for everybody, those who are atheists, humanists, those who have a very different approach, to be able to feed into that process. They will be able to do that through the public consultation, and I would welcome their input into that. That will then be reflected by way of consideration, and then we will have a curriculum that will be finalised, and then we will follow the due process in terms of my responsibilities in that matter.
On Chambers.
This legal challenge has been ongoing for a number of years. Can the Minister confirm that his department has had to detail considerable resource and funding to this case that could have been better deployed within his department?
Well, yes, this has been going on for a number of years and at considerable taxpayers' expense in terms of this process. That is something which those costs haven't yet been finalised, but we have, as a department, had to set aside a significant amount of money, hundreds of thousands of pounds, in terms of the legal costs that are going to be associated with this. That is funding that obviously isn't going to be spent on other parts within our education sector. It is something that will have to be dealt with then in terms of meeting these legal costs, but the final figure has yet to be crystallised in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, with respect, there appears to be a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on with yourself today. There's a bit of a devil on your shoulder. On one hand, there's the Minister who wants to respond pragmatically to a judgment and sensitively, and then there's the other person who wants to talk about witchcraft and bait people from different perspectives. Can I ask that in proceeding, for once and genuinely with goodwill, can you not listen to the devil on your shoulder and perhaps listen to whoever it is residing on the other shoulder?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll respond to members when they put forward their positions, but when one's positions are confused on this, and I'm not clear yet exactly on the SDLP position in respect of this, but whenever one's positions are confused, I think it's only right we try and get some clarity. I don't think anyone will be able to second guess my approach that I will take forward in this respect. But when there are other people within this chamber who haven't been able to answer what was very basic questions around paganism and witchcraft, well then we should ask those questions. They've provided the clarity. The Alliance have now said that's not something they regard as a belief system that should be taught within our education system. That was something that was entirely avoidable had they answered those questions only last week.
Can I thank the Minister for his response and indeed his intention to write to schools over the coming days. However, there are also many parents who would like clarity. Minister, what reassurance can you give those parents from faith backgrounds who fear that this judgment will dilute the Christian ethos in our schools?
Can I thank the member for that question? What the case, I think very clearly, was not about related to secularism within our education system. And the court has clearly stated that religious education may be provided in schools. Nor is the case that it's not about whether Christianity should be the main or the primary faith that pupils learn about in schools in Northern Ireland. What the court has explained is that the greater part of religious education may focus on knowledge of Christianity, and that the department retains responsibility for setting and planning the curriculum for religious education. So we'll continue to comply with the law, but we'll do so in a way that preserves the values that have underpinned our education system for many years.
Owen Tennyson. Mr. Speaker, and I'm resisting the urge to cast a spell across the chamber. I know the Minister is very keen to debate the Alliance Party, but I have to say the wee graphic floating around of me dressed as Harry Potter made me laugh. So it's probably the best thing that the DUP have done for the Alliance Party in quite a long time. But listen, in terms of the matter at hand, can I ask the Minister, given the strength of views that he's expressed and members of his party have expressed in relation to this issue, does he regard this to be a significant and controversial matter?
We'll take forward with complying with the law in that respect, and the legal framework that exists around this is very simple for members to follow. It sits entirely within the department in terms of the process that we have to take forward, and so I'll continue to take that forward. But the views that I hold in terms of the Christian ethos being the primary Christian faith that should be reflected within our education system is not something that is an outlier. I am entirely representative of mainstream thinking in Northern Ireland when it comes to that Christian ethos. It is Mr. Tennyson's party who is out of step with where people are in Northern Ireland in respect of these issues, not I.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, can the Minister confirm that schools should continue to plan and to hold nativity plays, as many do at this time of year?
Speaker, yes, absolutely they should. And people think, that kind of question, I see a bit of chuckling. We have parents contacting schools demanding that nativity plays are cancelled, not just in light of this Supreme Court judgment, but years before this has happened. There are those who are very vocal and active in saying we shouldn't have nativities within our schools, something as minimalistic as that, and yet there are parents who say that that shouldn't happen. So the member asks a valid question, one that principals have reached out to my department and to other organisations seeking advice upon. I can give an absolute categoric answer. Nativity plays can continue to take place within our schools.
That brings to conclusion all members seeking to ask a question. If members would just take their ease while we change the table.
Okay, members, we are returning to the debate on the publication of the joint census, and our next speaker is Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam President, Deputy Speaker. Can I just check, I have 5 minutes or 10? 10, okay, God help, or whomever is the, after our previous debate, whomever one refers to, or whatever entity one refers to, help all of you. I won't take all 10 minutes. It's an interesting subject to be put down for debate. There is a new census publication which looks at demographics on a cross-border basis. It's hugely useful, it's important. It comes at the same time as a number of organisations are looking academically at the ways in which there is potential for greater economic growth, partnership and interdependence across the island of Ireland, but also the ways in which public services can better and more appropriately be delivered on a cross-border basis. We can all list the examples in which the existence of the border, or at least the existence of the border in a hard and distorting sense, is a distortion of the delivery of public services. One very obvious way is in relation to healthcare. For example, we know that we have this brilliant, still relatively new healthcare facility hospital called the South West Area Hospital, which is in Enniskillen, but it is criminally underused despite the huge amounts of public investment that went into it, despite state-of-the-art theatres being sitting there. Part of the reason for that is that in large measure, except for very unusual circumstances, citizens who live in Leitrim and Cavan and Monaghan and South Donegal and North Sligo are not using those facilities because they can't, because that's one of the distortions created by the border. So it's really welcome that we look at this. Even if you are not a designated nationalist, even if you're not someone who believes in constitutional change, it is important that we understand the ways in which the different outcomes that are being looked at in this joint census. If you're as geeky as I am, if you're interested in demography then, or genealogy, you can of course go online to the Irish Public Records Office and look at the census records from 1901 and 1911. They're one of the greatest historical records that exists in pre-partition Ireland. You can go and you can find your family entry. It's broken down by townland and it's all Ireland, it's 32 counties. So in one sense all we are doing is rediscovering and recapturing the kinds of data gathering that was happening on this island before partition. So whether or not you have a view on the Constitution in terms of reunifying the island, this is a really positive step forward. What our amendment seeks to do is to be more specific about the theoretical positivity of simply gathering the data and look with more focus at why you want to gather this data. And why you want to gather the data is in part something that isn't mentioned in the original motion, which is that outcomes are so much better in most areas in the south than in the north. That is also one of the sharpest and most important reasons that many people are bluntly considering constitutional change and a new Ireland back inside the European Union, which is something that I and my party are completely unabashed about talking about in the most optimistic and inclusive way that we can, because we do think it's one of, it is in fact the huge project for this generation and the next generation, building a more empowered, inclusive, post-sectarian new Ireland. Our motion is clear, not just that it's a good thing that we gather this data, but that Northern Ireland is lagging behind the Republic in the most critical areas in terms of life expectancy, not just health outcomes, in terms of life expectancy. The North lags now several years behind the South. When Ireland was partitioned, we know that this was the most industrialised, the richest part of the island, and that was one reason. That was one of the reasons for the momentum behind the anti-Home Rule, or the movement to create what became Northern Ireland. But since then, certainly in the last few decades, we've completely changed position. The South has raced ahead of us in terms of economic performance, education and life expectancy. I don't say that to carp or to crow, but simply to say that those are the facts. So in gathering this census data, it will demonstrate the many ways in which the jaws between performance in both parts of the island have widened. It is also true to say, as I think Emma Sheeran said in moving the motion, that some of the performance in terms of outcomes, whether that's economic outcomes, employment, education outcomes, do tend to be worse in areas that are closest to the border. The border counties have historically been the slowest growing parts of both jurisdictions. That's one reason why, whatever your view on the constitutional future, those areas are primary and priority recipients of peace funding and should continue to be so. We don't just want this census document to be noted, we want as per our amendment, executive departments to take active and proactive steps to use that information to find ways in which greater cross-border collaboration can be used to improve outcomes for the people who send us here. Once again, that's without prejudice to the constitutional future. I and my party are very clear that the best possible future for Northern Ireland, the whole island of Ireland, is in a new Ireland without a border in it. However, I recognise that people have an equally legitimate aspiration to the status quo. I want them to still embrace the potential for greater cross-border cooperation in terms of driving better outcomes for the people, just in the same way that I will champion and work with East-West and, as it were, UK and islands-wide collaboration where it drives better outcomes for our people, regardless of the fact that I have a different constitutional aspiration. But we can't avoid the clear facts as they are before us. The South has raced ahead of the North in terms of performance. One reason perhaps that isn't put on the face of the motion is, I know sometimes it's respectfully placed back to me that Sinn Féin are a 32-county party and my party is not a 32-county party in the same way, and that's fine, that's a legitimate point to be put. But it is often the case that obviously Sinn Féin have a particular analysis of what many of the flaws in terms of the government in the South, and I think there are many legitimate criticisms of that. But it is also important that we acknowledge and say here that the Republic of Ireland has been an astonishing success story in broad terms since the 1980s. There are real challenges there, particularly in relation to distribution of wealth and the housing crisis, but we would be kidding ourselves if we, as advocates for a new Ireland, weren't pointing to the very many ways in which the South has transformed itself. It has gone from being one of Western Europe's poorest countries, probably Western Europe's poorest country, to being its richest per head of population. Of course, the next step needs to be not just being theoretically rich or rich in terms of GDP statistics, but a more broad-based and sustainable growth throughout the island and all the communities within it. I hope that at some point that includes people in this jurisdiction as we choose a new future. But in the meantime, we want all executive departments not just to note the census data, but to work with it, to actively find ways they can use to drive better performance. I mentioned health already. I would acknowledge that the Education Minister, with whom I agree on very, very little, it has to be said, and obviously I put my name to a no confidence motion in him a fortnight ago, so I could hardly be said to be necessarily his top of his Christmas card list, but I would acknowledge that the Education Minister is working with the Shared Island Unit to drive better outcomes for working class kids in the North. That's one of the areas where he is drawing down funding. That's an example of where of cross-border collaboration. I welcome that, and it doesn't threaten his constitutional perspective. In relation to the environment, my gosh, if ever there was an area where we needed more cross-border collaboration, it's in relation to the environment. Not just because we share an ecosystem on this island, everything but the Protocol Windsor framework and the fact that we have an all-island animal health system, the fact that in Lough Neagh we share waterways, so the zebra mussels that are invasive and are damaging Lough Neagh have come up via the Shannon and then the Erne. But also the fact that our model of land ownership, our model of small farming is cross-border because it predates partition. All of those things inform the way that we make public policy. So our amendment to today's motion is a constructive one. I'm sometimes accused of not being constructive. I'm never accused of being concise, but I've tried my best today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Our amendment today is a constructive one. It's about acknowledging that the South has outperformed us bluntly in innumerable ways over the last decade or two. It's about mandating executive ministers to look positively at the ways in which they can embrace cross-border collaboration and the information that will be in this joint census without prejudice to their constitutional view, to try and build a better future for all of us in this society, whatever our constitutional view, whatever our identity, and to move beyond the barriers of partition, even if we don't share that constitutional aspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Doug Beattie to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Doug. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. Doug, you'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2, and there'll be 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Doug, please open the debate on amendment number 2. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I start by apologising for missing the very start of this debate and the moving of the motion, the contribution from Sinn Féin. It was just tardiness on on my behalf. If I can, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and be honest about this, having read the initial motion on the census, I struggled to see the point of it. Genuinely struggled to see the point of it. Indeed, the SDLP amendment actually added some flesh to the bones of that motion, including listening to the contribution from Mr O'Toole, including an understanding of the East-West dimension, which I will mention. What we do have in the motion, I have to say, and I'm talking about the written motion, is a little bit of casual Brit bashing in the middle, as if the whole issue of population decline was due to the famine. A time of great hardship, a time where all communities suffered, a time where those who represented these islands did not do the best to safeguard its people in Ireland. A period to be remembered, the suffering understood, not minimised. I think this motion minimises it, in truth. But you can see from our amendment, the population of Ireland shrunk even more than the levels post-famine 100 years later. Who or what was to blame for that? Research will tell you it was due to mass migration in the 50s. The population dropped to its lowest level ever in 1961. Nothing to do with the famine. The migration was due to economic stagnation, lack of jobs in Ireland, economic boom in post-war Great Britain, increased opportunities in the US and in Canada. The population in Northern Ireland dropped as well, as the linen business and the shipyards contracted and people left the island to find work. The reality is population ebbs and flows for many reasons. In the same way it grew due to the Celtic Tiger, for example, but it will drop for other reasons. Looking back 150 years, I'm not sure is helpful. I think it's lazy just to say the famine. The movement of citizens both sides of the border and across the border is positive. It's positive for me. It's positive for everybody who lives and works on this island. Nobody should see otherwise. Two jurisdictions was on one island, and it doesn't hamper free movements of individuals each way. Neither does it hamper movement across all of these islands.
Say, for the purposes of being constructive, in terms of not hampering, it is true to say there's now this thing called the electronic travel authorisation, which does hamper people who, and 70% of people who come to Northern Ireland arrive via Dublin Airport, whether we like it or not.
Yes, well, I mean, that'll hamper our tourism. And I think we've talked about that, but the member makes a fair point, and it's a point that's kicked up and bad decision making as far as I'm concerned. But there is a real positive from the common travel area, and we should all look at that, and something we should all support. As is the real positive in these British Isles for the trade with the United Kingdom, the largest single export market for Ireland. Ireland is one of the UK's top 6 export destinations. I know some won't like me calling it the British Isles, by the way, and I absolutely get that, but I'm not moved into this Trumpian way of renaming places. So it's still the Gulf of Mexico to me and not the Gulf of America, and we still live on the British Isles. But interchangeable agri-food industry, pharmaceuticals and tech embedded in each other's supply chain. Of course, Brexit has hampered this, and we stood up against Brexit. We didn't support it. It was a bad idea, but that's democracy for you at the end of the day, and we have to work through it. But 500,000 Irish-born individuals live now in the United Kingdom. Sorry, Great Britain. Over 100,000 British living in the Irish republics. Makes me wonder why they ever left the Union in the first place. Can we learn from this? Absolutely. Should we learn from this? Yes, of course. These islands really are an incredible position given their geographical and common, in large parts, cultural and economic alignment. Ireland also benefits from the UK on defence and security. It's not given begrudgingly. We work together right across these islands. It actually helps the United Kingdom to look after the Western approaches and add a bit of support to Ireland on defence and security. So they don't do it selfishly. It benefits them as well. I think we all need to understand that.
As for the SDLP amendment, sure, population growth, poor reported health outcomes and a significant higher burden of unpaid care are all factual. But they're a snapshot in time. It wasn't like that 15 years ago. It may not be like that in 15 years. The thing is, we need to keep working right across these islands, the east and west, north and south. Is it all the executive's fault? If we want to go down that line and say everything that's wrong with this place is just the executive's fault, well, if we're going down that route, let me just say that didn't happen just yesterday. That's been happening over many years, and the SDLP were part of that executive over many years. So they can't just wash their hands and say it's all of our fault and not take any responsibility for themselves. But the issues that affect ourselves on this island, north and south, east and west, whether you call yourself British or whether you call yourself Irish, are affected by many things, including the geopolitical situation. If we look at the state of the world events has a real impact on this place. COVID, the collapse of our own government. There's many reasons why Northern Ireland is in the situation it is now. There's many reasons why the Republic of Ireland have got a boom. But it never always stays like this. These things ebb and flow. The census is one great snapshot in time, but it doesn't give us all of the answers. We need to keep working at it. I'm happy to use the data that comes from it, to learn from it, to work together, to come up with something that is good for us here in Northern Ireland, to make this a better place for all of its people, to allow that free movement north and south, east and west. Remembering, of course, about 6,000 people on a daily and weekly basis go from the island of Ireland across to Great Britain. That's the beauty of the common travel area. That's the beauty we have on these islands where we all live. All we have to do now is harness that information, find out what's best for our people. For us, of course, when we look at it constitutionally, it's staying within the United Kingdom. I wish the 26 would come and join us, but I understand that they don't want to. That's fine. But I think we can look forward to get through the harder times, but there are better times on the horizon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And as an accountant, I'm well used to numbers and statistics, and I fully appreciate the value of interrogating them and using them to inform analysis, to strategise to make Northern Ireland achieve the best. And as a representative of South Down, I understand the importance of gathering the data around economic behaviours of people in the border constituencies. The Belfast and St Andrews Agreement provide the appropriate political framework for cross-border relationships, enabling practical cooperation where it's mutually beneficial to our citizens whilst respecting the principle of consent. Nothing in these provisions mandate or even lean towards the idea of joint consensus publication. However, as unionists, we do not fear current demographics or data. The facts on the ground in the communities that we represent and throughout Northern Ireland are unionist. The core purpose of any census is to harness the population data to assist in the planning of future public services. The design, the delivery and cost to the ordinary citizen of those services in Northern Ireland vis-à-vis the Irish Republic is hugely different. The release of headline population statistics, even jointly, does not tell the full story. Numbers without full context can be misrepresentative and sometimes dangerous. We would query whether the Department of Finance and NISRA are going to show the same level of endeavour when it comes to comparing Northern Ireland census data with other UK regions, particularly in terms of our interconnectedness socially and economically. Why would we want to obscure an understanding of Northern Ireland's specific needs and circumstances within the United Kingdom, or the enormous contribution of the NHS and other UK-funded services that they make to the lives of our citizens by blending our census data with that of the Irish Republic? Ultimately, by consolidating data across both jurisdictions, the census could be manipulated to suggest trends or patterns that support the aspiration of breaking up the United Kingdom. It's time that Sinn Féin and the parties that oppose opposite us begin to focus their attention on dealing with the issues facing people in Northern Ireland, which they are elected here to do. The Sinn Féin Economy Minister stated that her priority is protecting the all-island economy, yet that is not her remit. Her responsibility should be to champion the interests of Northern Ireland's economy and its business community above all else. This motion appears to completely ignore the risks posed by an all-island economy. The Republic of Ireland is facing tariffs of 20%, double the 10% faced by the United Kingdom. But because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which Sinn Féin championed, we risk being caught in the crossfire of a trade dispute between the EU and the United States. The work of this Assembly should be on tackling our waiting lists, on addressing the pressures facing our public services and on delivering for the people of Northern Ireland. Instead, once again, we are spending our time dealing with this political point scoring by Sinn Féin. Our economic prosperity is clearly overwhelmingly linked to our links with the UK internal market. This must remain the primary context for interpreting the labour market and mobility statistics. Sinn Féin may view joint census publications as a Trojan horse for advancing their all-island integration, but in truth this motion smacks of desperation. They are on a road to nowhere.
Thank you, Diane. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Okay, let's get back to what we're talking about here. So population statistics are not just things on a page, they're the story of who we are, how we live and how we plan for the future. The census is more than just numbers, it's the evidence that's supposed to guide our decisions in health, education, infrastructure and the environment. And without it, we would be navigating blind. So for some to say that these are a spot in time, I have to say you'd need to talk to all the statisticians in our government departments who use these figures for 10 years. The census allows us to consider our labour force. The working age population defines our productivity, capacity and participation rates shape our economic strength. Skills distribution reveals the gaps that we must fill. When we understand these dynamics, we can act to reduce unemployment, to address shortages, to strengthen productivity, and knowledge is power, and the census gives us that power. The motion before us welcomes the census as a tool, and rightly so. It tells us about the 12.5 billion in all-island trade. It talks about commuting has gone up 25% since COVID. Well, you would expect that because COVID, nobody could move around. It talks about shared infrastructure. The single electricity market is one that I need, to be honest, to be sorted out for the future of housing. The Windsor framework and the common travel area. It talks about joint initiatives such as enterprise schemes, trade missions, tourism, collaboration and so on. But the message is clear. Our island is growing, ageing and becoming ever more interconnected. The census confirms it. The evidence is there. And the challenge is ours. But Northern Ireland must not be left behind. We need to make this place work. But I have to be absolutely clear. Accuracy matters. If the census, whether we have it alongside an Irish census or a GB census, it must reflect today's realities, not yesterday's divisions. And I have to say, when was the last time we looked at our census and our questions within our census? So I ask that, I know that this motion is for all of the executive ministers, but specifically to the Minister for Finance, what comparisons have been made with the other censuses across these islands? And what will questions be updated to ensure alignment and to ensure that we have the evidence that we need in order to plan better for Northern Ireland's future? And finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, I must raise a point of frustration. The second religion question, asking not only the current affiliation but also upbringing, is outdated. It's unnecessary and it's misleading. It was removed in England and Wales and Scotland, and it was removed in Ireland in 2016. It's an optional question and therefore unreliable. If we are to be serious about fact-based evidence, then let us remove questions that distort the picture of who we really are and put in questions that tell us more about the economy and the economic movements that we need in this place. The census is our mirror. It must show us clearly, not through the lens of the past. Let us use it to build policy on truth, not tradition, on evidence, not assumption, on the future and not the troubles. So I have to ask, will the Executive, and particularly the Minister of Finance, just because the census sits with him, will you remove the second religion question from the 2031 census?
let us be the same as all other parts of this island, or these islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call Padraig Delargy.
And I welcome this motion and the publication of the joint census, because this work offers a clear and an honest picture of Ireland as it is today. It's an island where people, services and opportunities flow across our island right every single day. This census shows the scale of that reality, because every day we have 18,000 people who move between north and south for work, for studying and as part of their daily life. Nowhere is that more evident than in my own constituency in Derry, and indeed right across the northwest, where we have people moving quite often for employment, for study, and they form quite often the backbone of our healthcare service as well. I know in Altnagelvin of many healthcare workers who come from Donegal to work in the north every day, and vice versa. Similarly, teachers and other professions who are the backbone of our economy. And indeed, we do rely on staff from Donegal, from communities in Anashowan, Letterkenny, and who also depend on workers travelling from Derry and from Tyrone. We're one labour market, we're one region, and we are one interconnected community. But that cooperation goes far beyond employment. In further and higher education across the northwest, there are huge opportunities which are already being acted on by both Ulster University, Northwest Regional College, ATU and Donegal ETB to actually make a lot of the skills deficits that we see, particularly in the census data, to try and address that, to make that a reality, and to actually increase the employability opportunities right across our island, because together they're building pathways that our region need and not looking at the lines which are currently drawn on a map. And I'm working with my Sinn Féin colleagues in the south to try and promote that, because, as has been mentioned by most speakers here today, when we work better together, we can do so much more right across our island. But this joint census also tells us another story. It tells us a story that my generation, and indeed the generations before, know too well, and that is one of emigration. It's one where our young people are still packing their bags for Australia, for Doha, for Canada, and they're taking with them the skills and the opportunities which they can create in our society going forward. And I've had a lot of conversations with people in my constituency and indeed beyond who will be missing a space at the dinner table this Christmas. Our economy is going to be missing their skills, and indeed there are opportunities right across for them to contribute to our society and to be here and contribute to our economy, but most importantly to our communities.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And I agree with them, actually, on the migration and people leaving the shores. But sometimes it's quite a good thing that people do leave and go and experience other countries and other cultures and get other skills. Would he agree with me? The issue is making sure we have the opportunity to bring them back and give that opportunity to get them back here.
Member for an extra minute.
Yeah. The member's very keen to hear the next paragraph or two of my speech, because it's just that. But there are so many young people who do go away for a short period of time to seek those skills, to travel and various other things. But what I'm most concerned about is young people who go away because they feel that there isn't the opportunity here for them. So I absolutely concur with what you're saying, because my generation refused to accept a fate in which they're consigned to exactly what happened to previous generations, and in which the census told a story that Ireland's biggest export was our people. We won't accept that. My generation have not accepted that and will not accept that. So we need the skills, the talents, the opportunities that those young people bring here in Ireland. And Sinn Féin have a clear and a concise plan to build that future, to build an economy with good jobs, fair pay, affordable housing, and to actually build a society of equal rights, of equal opportunities for people right across Ireland. But this joint census gives us the information and that we need to plan for that future. It strengthens the work of cross-border bodies, and it supports smarter decisions in skills, healthcare, transport and economic development. This must be the beginning of regular, coordinated data collection across Ireland. And when we understand the reality of people's lives, we can better shape policies that meet that reality, north and south, and especially in the communities that bridge both. I commend the teams in both CSO and in NISRA for their work, and I fully support this motion because it represents the kind of cooperation that delivers for people today while helping to build a better future.
Thank you, Padraig. I call Timothy Gasson.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. What we have before us today is not an innocent or technical motion about census data. It is yet another example of the steady and relentless attempt to normalise an all-island policy framework within the workings of these devolved institutions. And let me be very clear from the outset, TUV will oppose the motion and will oppose the two amendments. This motion takes a joint census publication and turns it into a political manifesto. Rather than grounding Northern Ireland's future in the United Kingdom, in our internal market, our democratic structures and our constitutional guarantee, the motion invites the Executive Departments to take stock of an all-island framing of social and economical life. Workers crossing the border is not a mandate for constitutional re-engineering. Commuter flows are not a justification for policy harmonisation. A spreadsheet should not be used as a stepping stone to the break-up of the Union, yet that is how precisely this motion seeks to deploy and use the data. Everywhere else in the text we find the same coded language: shared challenges, all-island economy, joint census publications. This is not a statistical analysis, it is a political positioning designed to shift the centre of gravity away from the United Kingdom and towards Dublin. Then we come to the SDLP amendment. It frames Northern Ireland as lagging behind the Irish Republic. It invites structured partnership between Stormont departments and the government of a foreign state. It casts the Republic as the model and Northern Ireland as the poor relation who must catch up. This is not about economic fairness or balanced comparison. It is simply the latest repetition of the nationalist argument that the answer to everything is more alignment with Dublin. And by the way, it doesn't say a great deal for these institutions that the SDLP say they were so pivotal in delivering, does it? Why doesn't the SDLP look at the comparisons with England? In England, the median wait for referral to treatment across the pathways for cancer is 14.8 weeks. In the Irish Republic, however, studies have shown postcode lottery variations signalling longer and more uneven delays. It's not the Republic we need to look to, but to the rest of the UK. If Northern Ireland is as bad as the SDLP says it is, it's because of these failing institutions, not the Union. Northern Ireland is not a province of the Irish Republic, and TUV will not support any amendment that suggests they should be. The UUP amendment may use softer language, but it operates on exactly the same assumption. It still places Northern Ireland inside an all-island economic frame. It still invites the Minister for the Economy to shape strategy around the dynamics of an all-island rather than the realities of the United Kingdom internal market. Not one of these amendments acknowledges the real barrier to our economic development, the fact that Northern Ireland is segregated and separated from its biggest market by a border within our own country. Not one mentions the democratic affront of being subject to laws we do not make and cannot change. Instead, the focus is on shaping Northern Ireland around the needs, ambitions and preferences of an all-island agenda. TUV has been consistent and unapologetic in telling the truth. Northern Ireland's prosperity will not be secured through deeper integration with the Republic.
I really thank the member for giving way, and I think it should be acknowledged today when we're having a debate about the census, is that not so long ago Sinn Féin claimed that the census was a British tool for spying on nationalist areas of Northern Ireland, and that was at the time when they murdered Joanne Mathers, a lady of 29 years of age who was collecting census data, and I think that should be acknowledged here today.
I thank the member for his intervention, a timely intervention that indeed is put on the record during this debate. Northern Ireland's integration, Northern Ireland's place within the Union will only be secured by restoring our full and equal place within the United Kingdom, economically, constitutionally and democratically. Our future must be tied to the UK internal market, not to a political project that uses data to blur constitutional lines. And I just want to finish with Miss Armstrong's comment that she said, the census is a story of who we are. Are we the part of the UK or are we part of an all-Ireland? Joint census says an all-Ireland, so I look upon the parties here today and I look forward to see how they're voting. The Alliance always try to distance themselves from being a nationalist party, so we'll be looking at the Alliance Party, indeed the other unionist parties, and how they vote on this motion before us this evening.
Thank you. Timothy, I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't know how to follow that really, to be honest, but I'm going to set out kind of our place and sharing this island and not believing we live in Kent or somewhere else. But the joint census is about facts, about giving data to help make better decisions for people's lives, for our economy and for our future. It's important data to help focus policy. And it shows that this island is more interconnected today than at any point in our recent history, but still nowhere near as interconnected as it could be. Yes, over 18,000 people cross the border every day, but it actually hasn't been mentioned. When you set that aside, a population of 7.1 million people that live on this island, it focuses on the work that is needed, because the potential for mobility and collaboration and shared economic opportunity is still massively underutilised. The number is growing, and that number of 18,000 is growing as the opportunities grow, but it's still far too slow. And it is growing because of businesses, because of workers, because of families act in their own best interests. Our job as policymakers and for the executive here is to remove the barriers and to leave people and stop leaving people to navigate those on their own. Alliance believe that unlocking that potential requires constant attention. And that means breaking down obstacles, improving the infrastructure, aligning skills and qualifications, and making it easier for people and businesses to operate across the island. It also means delivering on the full potential of dual market access and that bridge into European markets. And for us in Northern Ireland, this is not something to fear. We have just heard 5 minutes of fear, but this is 6 minutes of fear. But this is not something to actually fear. But I appreciate Emma and Sinn Féin have framed this in terms of constitutional change. And I appreciate that is what their party exists for. But for me and for Alliance, this is about building better opportunities for people now, building a shared future and sharing this island in a practical and economic and inclusive way. Sharing this island is something that we should be used to create better opportunities for everybody, through increased trade, better job opportunities, stronger skills, and it should be outside of any constitutional debate. An all-island labour market gives us the access to skills we don't have enough of, and opportunities for our young people which we must keep improving. And that includes better student mobility, whether that's going to university in the south or from the south to the north, or whether that's apprenticeships and people living on either side and being able to have apprenticeship and linking that together, as well as the scale required to actually attract investment for advanced manufacturing or for our all-island energy system to drive down the cost of energy for people and local families, or whether it's in tourism or agri-food or across services. If we want our people to have higher wages, stronger productivity and real growth, then collaboration north and south is not optional. It's practical economic sense. The census also highlights shared challenges such as housing pressures, better health outcomes, the ageing population, unfair care, regional imbalance. None of these issues stop at the border. And joint evidence helps us to understand them better and design solutions that work for everyone. The original motion calls on the executive and kind of asks how we use the strengths of each part of this island to deliver better outcomes for people here. And sharing this island must weave through every department, not as a constitutional debate and not as that sub-zero game from either side of this chamber. But it can't be allowed to hold back change that's needed. Sharing this island is practical policy to improve lives and drive growth. and ensure we don't fall further behind. At a time of intense global competition, smaller regions like Northern Ireland and our economy can't afford to work in a silo. Working together gives us more opportunity, gives greater investment and greater prosperity, both north and south, alongside continue to work and trade east-west and into and with the EU. The census simply confirms what people, workers, businesses, companies, self-employed already know, that we're better when we work together, sharing this place. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call on Diana Armstrong to wind on amendment number 2. And to advise you, Diana, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I've taken a few notes, and I'm actually going to try and see if I can read them now of what the speakers have said. But I thank the proposer of the motion, and I just want to make a few comments on what has been said. Listening to Matthew O'Toole, he said, and I was pleased to see you mention SWA, the South West Acute Hospital in County Fermanagh, being criminally underused, the potential there for cross-border usage there, and the facility has not been used due to distortions created by the border, and that you also paid tribute and understood the east-west dimension. That was very important. My colleague Doug Beattie expressed his struggle to see the validity of the motion, that population does ebb and flow in many ways, and we see that in the movement of people north, south and east-west. Diane Forsyth talked about economic behaviours of people in her border county, that the work of the Assembly in public services, waiting lists, etc., that those need to be focused on instead of political point scoring by Sinn Féin. Kelly Armstrong said that accuracy mattered and the census must reflect today's realities and not yesterday's divisions. Padraig Delargy mentioned also the movement of people and the opportunities cross-border using universities, and also acknowledge immigration and how we need to not lose children or young people in our society for other opportunities overseas. Timothy Gaston said that really this turned consensus into a political manifesto, and David Honeyford, just wrapping up, saying using facts makes better decisions for our lives and building better opportunities for all. For my own comments on the amendment, the Ulster Unionist Party welcomes the opportunity to discuss the Ireland and Northern Ireland Joint Census publication and the value it offers in understanding demographic and economic trends across the islands. The motion rightly notes the scale of population change, and it is important to recognise the publication also highlights long-term historical context. As the census confirms, while the island's population has now reached 7.1 million, this remains below pre-famine levels, reflecting profound demographic shift over many generations. It's also important to note the population in the south has not always been at the current levels. For example, census records show that the Republic of Ireland's population in 1961 was under 3 million, significantly lower than today, illustrating how recent growth represents a relatively modern development rather than a continuous historic trend. The UUP also recognises the importance of data on cross-border and east-west labour mobility. According to the publication, more than 18,000 people travel across the border for work daily, with 10,500 commuting southwards and 7,777 travelling northwards. These flows demonstrate the interconnected nature of our labour markets, not only north-south, but as part of broader patterns of movement across the UK and these islands in general. The existence of such mobility does not in itself define or predetermine constitutional outcomes. Rather, it reflects the practical realities of modern, flexible workforce, shaped by geography, opportunity, and the common travel area. Where the motion notes that joint consensus publications can help identify shared challenges and opportunities, the UUP agrees. Reliable, jointly presented data helps all administrations, Stormont, Dublin and Westminster, to better understand pressures on housing, healthcare, skills, transport and public services. It is also clear that many issues highlighted in the publication, such as ageing demographics, workforce participation, housing pressures and regional disparities, are not unique to either jurisdiction and require serious evidence-based policy responses rather than ideological framing. For these reasons, the UUP supports ongoing statistical cooperation between NISRA and the CSO. However, we must emphasise that such collaboration should inform practical policy making within the settled constitutional framework, respecting the principle of consent and ensuring that Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom remains fully recognised in an all-Ireland analysis. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I now call on Matthew O'Toole to wind on amendment number 1, and to advise you, Matthew, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to be able to wind on this motion, having chatted to my colleague Colin McGrath with some of the points we wish to make. Part of the challenge with this debate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is this motion initially, no offence to the people who moved it because it's important stuff, is almost banal, it's anodyne, it's almost a description of something that is good theoretically. We have tried to put a little bit of forward-based intent and policy direction into it, but in putting down a banal motion which notes something that's really, really important, which is more data gathering on a cross-border basis, we have seen a remarkable overreaction from some, not all, unionist politicians, it has to be said today. Let me exclude from that the Ulster Unionists, who put down from their own constitutional perspective an amendment which I don't entirely agree with, and I wouldn't agree with everything the member said, but they at least engaged the need for more cross-border data gathering and put their own perspective on it. I'm afraid what we heard from both the TUP and the TEV today was almost a kind of a sort of long march of hostility to the idea of talking about greater cross-border data gathering. That is a tragedy. It's genuinely a tragedy. It's a tragedy for not just the people of the North and the island, but it's a tragedy for unionism. I spent most of my career, I'm one of the people Paul Richard talked about, almost exactly 24 years ago, I left this island to go to university across the water. I didn't come back for basically another 20 years to become a politician here. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that as a career reason to come back to the island of Ireland, by the way, if any impressionable 20-something Irish people are out there. But having said that, I came back. One of the reasons why some of them are not coming back is when they turn on, if they're from the North, is when they turn on the TV, or more likely their devices, and they look at politics, they hear statements, with the greatest respect to Mr Gasson, who puts his point with some passion, and members from the TUV and members from the DUP, talking about, my God, how the idea of framing cross-border data gathering as something, as a kind of, with a hex that has to be something guarded against because their demons lie and we're on a slippery slope to United Ireland if we even talk about cross-border data gathering. If this motion was about East-West data gathering, I, as someone who spent most of my career working in London as a civil servant in the UK government, would not be saying, no, we can't possibly gather this data, we can't possibly look at UK-wide statistics because that threatens my aspiration as a New Irelander. I don't think that. I think even after we have a new Ireland back inside the European Union, we're going to have to work really closely on these islands for the reasons the Good Friday Agreement enshrines partnership across these islands. It enshrines the British identity on this island. But also, we are neighbours, and our services, our lives will still be in many ways entwined. I have no difficulty acknowledging that. But I think it's a tragedy for unionism that they, in the current constitutional setup, cannot, and this isn't all unionists, of course, in this chamber, because the Ulster Unionists put in a very constructive amendment, or an amendment I don't necessarily all agree with, but at least it endeavours to engage with the debate. I genuinely think, whether or not we have a New Ireland, but I think we are moving in that direction, it's important that we maximise every single opportunity to improve services on a cross-border basis. People who are frontier workers, are not a threat, and those frontier workers are a real everyday fact of life for this island. They're not just in Newry or Derry, they're in Belfast. My own brother's a frontier worker. He works for a bank doing a job which is headquartered in Dublin, but he travels up and down with us and he works remotely. That's a fact of life, and he has to navigate all the bureaucratic complexities that involves. Service, we've talked about all the public service, we've talked about the public policy challenges. It's vital that we get this right, whatever the constitutional future. But I do also say this: ministers here, including ministers in the party that have put down the motion today, need to take responsibility for driving these things forward. This motion doesn't call on a minister. The minister with responsibility for the census is, of course, John O'Dowd, the Finance Minister, who will be in front of us tomorrow for questions. He, or indeed the First or Deputy First Minister, would be better placed to answer questions about how they see the executive making use of this, rather than having a general two-note debate about the existence of this census. We need to see responsibility taking in the executive for driving this agenda forward, particularly from those parties who say they're committed to it. And that brings me on to the next part. Though this is without prejudice to the constitutional future, I say as a New Irelander, I also say this: the census by itself is not going to get us to a New Ireland. We're going to have to persuade and lead that debate. We're going to have to explain to people who are, I've heard members from the Alliance Party talking about, open-minded, unconvinced, persuadable on this subject. They want to hear about the benefits of change. They don't just want to hear about the fact that this is inevitably going to happen. We need to sell it. But even if we aren't selling it, even if we want the constitutional status quo, we should all be able to embrace the huge potential of greater cross-border working. So I commend our amendment and indeed the motion itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I now call on Philip McGuigan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. To advise you, Philip, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
I mean, what's clear from listening to the debate is that through the publication of the joint census, we now have all-island statistical picture, a better all-island statistical picture. The joint census does provide a coherent view of our population and allows us to compare social, demographic and economic trends on either side of the border. I mean, one of the most used words during the debate by almost everyone was interconnectedness, and I don't think any of us can disagree that on this island there is a serious amount of growing interconnectedness. Various speakers talked about policy areas, the environment, education, animal health, the economy, tourism, trade, agri-food, regions, the northwest, and the interconnectedness, particularly along border areas. And I think that's why the debate is important. And I think the use of the statistics that we have now is vitally important. I disagree to a degree with Doug Beattie when he talked about this just being a snapshot. I mean, it obviously presents a picture in the here and the now, but the purpose of census data is to allow policymakers, politicians to look into the future, to look at trends and to prepare good policy and legislation based on good, appropriate, factual data. I mean, I think it's true to say that there was different levels of enthusiasm within the chamber on how best we could use the data. There was probably different levels of common sense applied in terms of arguments towards the motion. Some people see data, facts, as a Trojan horse to constitutional change. Some, including the DUP, think that we should ignore the data and what it's telling us and try to make the North work better. Both are missing the point that using this data and using proper policy, we will represent the people that we represent much better here in the North. I mean, I listened to Matthew O'Toole. He said that he left the North for 20 years and then came back to be a politician. I stayed and had no intention of becoming a politician. I see myself as a reluctant politician, but I did get involved in Republican struggle for the simple reason is that I want to improve people's lives. So I think that's why the DUP are continually missing the argument about what we are about. Sinn Féin on this island, Irish republicanism, is about improving people's lives, and we see that through the prism of using data, using services, using the 7 million people of this island, because we think by doing that we can improve the lives of everybody in this North, whether they vote for Sinn Féin or not. I mean, Timothy Gasson spent a good 3 or 4 minutes of his contribution talking about policies and decisions that were made by the British government. You know, a British government that clearly cares doesn't give a hoot about Timothy Gasson or the TUV or the DUP or people in Sinn Féin. It cares not a hoot about the people on this island. We'll probably see that again in decisions that it takes this Thursday in the budget. And that's why we should be working together in this chamber and across this island with the people of this island to make decisions about the people of this island. I mean, I'm our health spokesperson, so I want to contribute. I want to make most of my contributions, I mean, it's quite similar to Matthew O'Toole, because I think more and more it is becoming clear that the economics of this island are on a certain trajectory, regardless of the decisions made here, quite frankly. And in terms of business people taking a look at what's happening across this island, they aren't waiting on being told by politicians the direction of travel. They're making judgments and decisions on themselves in their best interest. But in terms of health, I think that is a particularly important policy that people quite rightly want to see improve their lives, but it will help with the argument about our constitutional trajectory moving forward. And I don't think in any case of public perspective we can do more to improve people's lives by moving on an all-Ireland basis than we can through health. My party colleague Conor Murphy said the other day that lives can be saved and economic development created through an all-Ireland coordination with healthcare. I couldn't argue with that, and he was making his comments after presentations in the Oireachtas by the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute and the All-Ireland Congenial Heart Disease Network, neither of which are aspects of republicanism. They are people who are involved in health policy and promoting health policy and trying to save people's lives and do the best for the people of the citizens. And those organisations and other groups are by and large coming more and more to see the benefits of working together on an all-Ireland basis to improve the aspects. I mean, I could talk about the North-South US Cancer Consortium that was established in the aftermath of the Good Friday Agreement. It has enabled over 40,000 patients to participate in clinical trials and has saved lives. The All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute has brought together 10 universities on this island to build a shared framework for cancer research that will save lives. The cross-border radiotherapy service at the North West Cancer Centre in Altnagalvin again demonstrates how shared services can meet the needs of the local population here more effectively. And, as I said, the All-Ireland Congenial Heart Disease Network, which supports children across the island to receive world-class specialist cardiac care in a single centre, whilst keeping diagnostics and follow-ups close to home. So, these issues on an island with 7 million people are examples of how we can provide the critical mass required for world-class research and pioneering medical techniques to be developed. The health information captured in this joint census publication gives us, for the very first time in many years, a genuinely all-island view of population health. It allows us to understand patterns of illness, disability, chronic conditions, caring responsibilities and age-related health pressures in a way that transcends any border. Identifies challenges, because I think Matthew might have said it, or somebody else said it, or my colleague Emma Sheeran actually said it, when we're not just talking about pinning whether it's the health service onto the 26 counties here in the north, what we're talking about is creating a genuinely improved all-Ireland health service, as we are with improving education, the economy and our environment and all other aspects. Yes?
Thank you, Madam, for taking that intervention, and I think that's a very important point, because nobody is saying that the health service in the south is perfect or the health service in the north is anywhere near perfect, because I can tell you in both jurisdictions they are failing women day and daily. So we have an opportunity to have a genuinely better health service that delivers better for all of our people, and particularly children with cancer, because in order to have real specialism we need to have the demographics, we need to have enough people that create specialists.
Absolutely, I do agree with those comments, and I mean both in terms of health we do need to improve both health systems, but it is clear, as was pointed out, that they are ahead of us in the south currently, whether it's in terms of life expectancy, and who doesn't want to live longer, whether it's in terms of health inequalities, and who doesn't want to solve that particular problem, in terms of waiting lists as well. And we know we have our particular challenges here. So the issues, as you say, are not confined to one jurisdiction. But the data that we have in front of us reflects the lived experience of people across this island. So it's not just about joining two systems, it's about creating a better system. I mean, we had a conversation earlier on today about the executive's response to COVID. in my view, our executive could have had a much better response to COVID and any other global pandemic if we worked on this island as an island on an island-wide basis. So I think that would help certainly strengthen this island's ability to respond to future public health scenarios. Workforce planning, I mean, there's a lot of been talk about workforce and the transient nature of people crossing the border in either direction. So, I mean, this data is extremely useful in terms of giving us a clear insight into that data and how we can use it with regard to policy decisions future. You know, whether we're in health, for example, it's crucial insights for planning staffing needs in primary care, hospitals, mental health services and community care. So, I mean, I am a politician who wants to make decisions that improves the lives of people. Evidence-based policy making is clearly what we should all be looking to do, and in terms of health, the joint health data equips policymakers, politicians with the evidence needed to design better targeted and cooperative health interventions.
Great stuff. Thank you. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Matthew O'Toole and Colin McGrath, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? I think the noes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. Question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. So the question is that amendment number 1 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. No. Okay, so do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Matthew O'Toole and Colin McGrath. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. secure the doors. Okay, members. Okay, Clerk, could you please read the result?
58 members voted, 35 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The amendment is therefore made.
So the amendment's made, so amendment number 2 that will not go ahead. So the question is that the motion as amended be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Thank you, ayes have it. No. Okay, do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes. Shh. Tellers for the ayes are Emma Sheeran and Cathal Boylan. Tellers for the noes are Diane Forsyth and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Okay, members. Clerk, could you please read the result?
59 members voted, 36 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Okay, the motion's carried. So the question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.